Chapter 1 of Historical Tales, Volume 6, French. This is a LibriVox recording. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Historical Tales, Volume 6, French, by Charles Morris. Chapter 1 The Huns at Orleans. On the edge of a grand plain, almost in the centre of France, rises a rich and beautiful city, time-honoured and famous, for it stood there before France had begun, and while Rome still spread its wide wings over this whole region, and it has been the scene of some of the most notable events in French history. The Gauls, one of whose cities it was, named it Genabum. The Romans renamed it Aurelian, probably from their Emperor Aurelian. Time and the evolution of the French language wore this name down to Orleans, by which the city has for many centuries been known. The broad Loire, the longest river of France, sweeps the foot of the sloping plain on which the city stands, and bears its commerce to the sea. Near by grows a magnificent forest, one of the largest in France, covering no less than 94,000 acres. Within the city appears the lofty spires of a magnificent cathedral, while numerous towers rise from a maze of buildings, giving the place from a distance a highly attractive aspect. It is still surrounded by its mediaeval walls, outside of which extend prosperous suburbs, while far and wide beyond stretches the fertile plain. Such is the Orleans of to-day. In the past it was the scene of two striking and romantic events, one of them associated with the name of Joan of Arc, the most interesting figure in French history; the other, which we have now to tell, concerned with the terrible Attila and his horde of devastating Huns, who had swept over Europe and threatened to annihilate civilization. Orleans was the turning point in the career of victory of this all-conquering barbarian. From its walls he was driven backward to defeat. Out from the endless wilds of Scythia had poured a vast swarm of nomad horsemen, ill-favoured, fierce, ruthless, the scions of the desert, and seemingly sworn to make a desert of Europe. They were led by Attila, the scourge of God, as he called himself, in the tracks of whose horses' hoofs the grass could never grow again, as he proudly boasted. Writers of the time picture to us this savage chieftain as a deformed monster, short, ill-formed, with a large head, swarthy complexion, small deep-seated eyes, flat nose, a few hairs in place of a beard, and with a habit of fiercely rolling his eyes, as if to inspire terror. He had broad shoulders, a square strong form, and was as powerful in body as he was ready and alert in mind. The man had been born for a conqueror, and Europe was his prey. The Scythians adored the god of war, whom they worshipped under the shape of an iron scimitar. It was through the aid of this superstition that Attila raised himself to dominion over their savage and tameless hordes. One of their shepherds, finding that a heifer was wounded in the foot, followed the track of blood which the animal had made, and discovered, amid the long grass, the point of an ancient sword. This he dug from the earth in which it was buried, and presented to Attila. The artful chief claimed that it was a celestial gift, sent to him by the god of war, and giving him a divine claim to the dominion of the earth. Doubtless his sacred gift was consecrated with the Scythian rites, a lofty heap of faggots, 300 yards in length and breadth, being raised on a spacious plain, the sword of Mars placed erect on its summit, and the rude altar consecrated by the blood of sheep, horses, and probably of human captives. But Attila soon proved a better claim to a divine commission, by leading the hordes of the Huns to victory after victory, until he threatened to subjugate, if not to depopulate, all Europe. It was in pursuance of this conquering career that he was brought in the year 451 to the banks of the Rhine and the borders of the future realm of France, then still known as Gaul, and held by the feeble hand of the expiring empire of Rome. The broad Rhine proved but a feeble obstacle to the innumerable cavalry of the Huns. A bridge of boats was quickly built, and across the stream they poured into the fair provinces of Gaul. Universal consternation prevailed. Long peace had made the country rich, and had robbed its people of their ancient valour. As the story goes, the degenerate Gauls trusted for their defence to the prayers of the saints. St. Lupus saved Troyes, the prayers of St. Genevieve turned the march of Attila aside from Paris. Unluckily, most of the cities of the land held neither saints nor soldiers, and the Huns made these their helpless prey. City after city was taken and ruined. The fate of Metz will serve as an example of the policy of the Huns. In this city, as we are told, priests and infants alike were slain, and the flourishing city was so utterly destroyed that only a chapel of St. Stephen was left to mark its site. Its able-bodied inhabitants were probably reserved to be sold as slaves. And now, in the prosecution of his ruinous march, Attila fixed his camp before the walls of Orleans, a city which he designed to make the central post of the dominion which he hoped to establish in Gaul. It was to be his fortified centre of conquest. Upon it rested the fate of the whole great province. Orleans lay behind its walls trembling with dread, as the neigh of the Hunnish horses sounded in its ears, as the standards of the Hunnish host floated in the air. Yet it was not quite defenceless. Its walls had been recently strengthened. Behind them lay a force of soldiers, or armed citizens, who repelled the first assaults of the foe. An army was known to be marching to its relief. All was not lost. 40 years earlier, Rome had fallen before Alaric the Goth. The empire was now in the last stages of decrepitude. Yet by fortunate chance it had an able soldier at the head of its armies, Ætius, the noblest son of declining Rome. The graceful figure of Ætius, says a contemporary historian, was not above the middle stature, but his manly limbs were admirably formed for strength, beauty, and agility, and he excelled in the martial exercises of managing a horse, drawing the bow, and darting the javelin. He could patiently endure the want of food or of sleep, and his mind and body were alike capable of the most laborious efforts. He possessed the genuine courage that can despise not only dangers but injuries, and it was impossible either to corrupt, or deceive, or intimidate the firm integrity of his soul. When the Huns invaded Gaul, this skilled and valiant commander flew to its relief. To his Roman army he added an army of the Visigoths of southern Gaul, under their king Theodoric, and marched to the rescue of the land. But the gathering of this army took precious time, during which the foe wrought ruin upon the land. The siege of Orleans had begun by the time Ætius was fairly ready to begin his march. In that seemingly doomed city all was terror and dismay. A speedy capture, a frightful massacre, or a no less frightful enslavement to the savage Huns was the dread of the trembling inhabitants. They had no saint to rescue them by his prayers. All their hope lay in the arms of their feeble garrison and the encouraging words of their bishop, in whose heart alone courage seemed to keep alive. Anianus was the name of this valiant and wise churchman, whose counsels of hope alone sustained the despairing citizens, whose diligence and earnestness animated the garrison in its defence. The siege was fierce, the defence obstinate. The army of relief was known to be on its way, if they could but hold out till it came. Anianus, counting the days and hours with intense anxiety, kept a sentinel on the lookout for the first signs of the advancing host of Romans and Goths. Yet hours and days went by, and no sign of flashing steel or floating banner could be seen, until the stout heart of the bishop himself was almost ready to give way to the despair which possessed so many of the citizens. The Huns advanced point by point. They were already in the suburbs. The walls were shaking beneath the blows of their battering rams. The city could not much longer be held. At length came a day which threatened to end with Orleans in the hands of the ruthless foe, and still the prayed-for relief came not. Hope seemed at an end. While such of the people as could not bear arms lay prostrate in prayer, Anianus, hopeful to the last, sent his messenger to the ramparts to look for the banners of the Roman army. Far and wide from his lofty outlook the keen-eyed sentinel surveyed the surrounding country. In vain he looked. No moving object was visible, only the line of the forest and the far-off bordering horizon. He returned with this discouraging tidings. "Go again," said the bishop. "They should have been here before now. Any minute may bring them. Go again." The sentinel returned, and again swept the horizon with his eyes, noting every visible object, seeing nothing to give him hope. With heavy tread he returned to the bishop and reported his failure. "They must be near," cried Anianus, with nervous impatience. "Go, look once more. Let nothing escape your eyes." Back went the messenger, again mounted the rampart, again swept the plain with his eyes. Nothing. Ah! What was that on the horizon, at the very extremity of the landscape, that small, faint cloud which he had not seen before? He watched it. It seemed to grow larger and nearer. In haste he returned to the bishop with the hopeful news. "I have seen a distant mist, like a far-off cloud of dust," he said. "It is moving. It comes nearer." "It is the aid of God!" burst from the lips of the bishop, his heart suddenly elate with joy. And from the expectant multitude, through whose ranks ran like wildfire the inspiring tidings, burst the same glad cry, "It is the aid of God!" Crowds ran in all haste to the ramparts. Hundreds of eyes were fixed on the far-off, mist-like object. Every moment it grew larger and more distinct. Flashes as of steel, colour as of standards, were gradually perceived. At last a favourable wind blew aside the dust, and to their joyful eyes, under this grey canopy, appeared the waving folds of banners, and under them, in serried array, the squadrons of the Roman and Gothic troops, pressing forward in all haste to the relief of the beleaguered city. Well might the citizens cry, "It is the aid of God!" The army of Aetius had come not a day, not an hour too soon. The walls had given way before the thundering blows of the battering rams. A breach had been made through which the Huns were swarming. Only for the desire of Attila to save the city, it might have been already in flames. As it was, the savage foes were breaking into the houses in search of plunder, and dividing such citizens as they had seized into groups to be led into captivity, when this cry of glad relief broke loudly upon the air. The news that had aroused the citizens quickly reached the ears of Attila. A strong army of enemies was at hand. There was no time to occupy and attempt to defend the city. If his men were assailed by citizens and soldiers in those narrow streets, they might be slaughtered without mercy. Prudence dictated a retreat. Attila was as prudent as he was daring. The sound of trumpets recalled his obedient hordes. Out they swarmed through the openings which had permitted their entrance. Soon the army of the Huns was in full retreat, while the advancing host of Romans and Goths marched proudly into the open gates of the delivered city, with banners proudly floating and trumpets loudly blaring, while every heart within those walls was in a thrill of joy. Orleans had been saved, almost by magic as it seemed, for never had been peril more extreme, need more pressing. An hour more of delay, and Orleans, perhaps the whole province of Gaul, had been lost. We may briefly conclude the story of this invasion of the Huns. Attila, convinced of the strength and spirit of his enemy, retreated in haste, foreseeing ruin if he should be defeated in the heart of Gaul. He crossed the Seine, and halted not until he had reached the plains of Châlons, whose level surface was well adapted to the evolutions of the skilled horsemen who formed the strength of his hordes. As he retreated, the Romans and Goths followed, pressing him sharply, making havoc in his rear guard, reaching Châlons so closely upon his march that the Goths, under Torismond, the young and valiant son of their king, were able to seize a commanding height in the midst of the field, driving back the Huns, who were ascending from the opposite side. The battle that followed was one of the most decisive battles of history. Had the Huns won the victory, all Western Europe might have become their prey. The victory of Aetius was the first check received by this mighty horde in their career of ruin and devastation. The conflict, as described by the historians of the time, was fierce, various, obstinate, and bloody, such as could not be paralleled either in the present or in past ages. The number of the slain is variously estimated at from 300,000 to about half that number. Exaggerated as these estimates undoubtedly are, they will serve to indicate the ferocity and bloody nature of the struggle. For a time it seemed as if the Huns would win. Led by their king, they broke through the centre of the allies, separated their wings, turned their whole strength against the Goths, and slew Theodoric, their king, at the head of his men. But the victory which seemed theirs was snatched from them by the valiant Torismond, who descended from the height he had seized, assailed the Huns with intrepid courage, and so changed the fortune of the field that Attila was obliged to retreat, vanquished for the first time in his long career. The approach of night alone saved the Huns from a total defeat. They retired within the circle of their wagons, and remained there, as in a fort, while the triumphant allies encamped upon the field. That night was one of anxiety for Attila. He feared an attack, and knew that the Huns, dismounted and fighting behind a barricade, were in imminent danger of defeat. Their strength lay in their horses. On foot they were but feeble warriors. Dreading utter ruin, Attila prepared a funeral pile of the saddles and rich equipments of the cavalry, resolved, if his camp should be forced, to rush into the flames, and deprive his enemies of the glory of slaying or capturing the great barbarian king. The attack did not come. The army of Aetius was in no condition for an assault, nor did it seem safe to them to attempt to storm the camp of their formidable antagonist, who lay behind his wagons, as the historians of the time say, like a lion in his den, encompassed by the hunters, and daring them to the attack. His trumpets sounded defiance. Such troops as advanced to the assault were checked or destroyed by showers of arrows. It was at length determined, in a council of war, to besiege the Huns in their camp, and by dread of starvation to force them into battle on unequal terms, or to a treaty disgraceful to their king. For this Attila did not wait. Breaking camp, he retreated, and by crossing the Rhine acknowledged his defeat. The Roman Empire had won its last victory in the West, and saved Gaul for the Franks, whose day of conquest was soon to come. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Historical Tales, Volume 6, French. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Historical Tales, Volume 6, French, by Charles Morris. Chapter 2 The Wooing of Clotilde. A beautiful, wise, and well-learned maiden was Clotilde, Princess of Burgundy, the noblest and most charming of the daughters of the Franks. Such was the story that the voice of fame whispered into the ear of Clovis, the first of the long line of Frankish kings. Beautiful she was, but unfortunate. Grief had marked her for its own. Her father had been murdered, her 2 brothers had shared his fate, her mother had been thrown into the Rhone with a stone around her neck and drowned, her sister Crona had taken religious vows. She remained alone, the last of her family, not knowing at what moment she might share their fate, dwelling almost in exile at Geneva, where her days were spent in works of charity and piety. It was to her uncle Gondebaud, king of the Burgundians, that she owed these misfortunes. Ambition was their cause. The fierce barbarian, in whom desire for a throne outweighed all brotherly feeling, had murdered his brother and seized the throne, leaving of the line of Chilperic only these 2 helpless girls, one a nun, the other seemingly a devotee. To the ears of Clovis, the king of the Franks, came, as we have said, the story of the beauty and misfortunes of this Burgundian maiden, a scion like himself of the royal line of Germany, but an heir to sorrow and exposed to peril. Clovis was young, unmarried, and ardent of heart. He craved the love of this famed maiden, if she should be as beautiful as report said, but wisely wished to satisfy himself in this regard before making a formal demand for her hand. He could not himself see her, royal etiquette forbade that, nor did he care to rouse Gondebaud's suspicions by sending an envoy. He therefore adopted more secret measures, and sent a Roman named Aurelian, bidding him to seek Geneva in the guise of a beggar, and to use all his wit to gain sight of and speech with the fair Clotilde. Clothed in rags, and bearing his wallet on his back like a wandering mendicant, Aurelian set out on his mission, travelling on foot to Geneva. Clovis had entrusted him with his ring as proof of his mission, in case he should deem the maiden worthy to be the bride of his king. Geneva was duly reached, and the seeming pilgrim, learning where the princess dwelt, and her habits of Christian charity towards strangers, sought her dwelling and begged for alms and shelter. Clotilde received him with all kindness, bade him welcome, and in pursuance of the custom of the times, washed his feet. Aurelian, who had quickly made up his mind as to the beauty, grace, and wit of the royal maiden, and her fitness to become a king's bride, bent towards her as she was thus humbly employed, and in a low voice said, "Lady, I have great matters to announce to thee, if thou wilt deign to grant me secret speech." Clotilde looked up quickly, and saw deep meaning in his face. Surely, she thought, this is no common beggar. "Say on," she remarked, in the same cautious tone. "Clovis, king of the Franks, has sent me to thee," said Aurelian. "If it be the will of God, he would fain raise thee to his high rank by marriage, and that thou mayst be satisfied that I am a true messenger, he sendeth thee this, his ring." Clotilde joyfully took the ring, her heart beating high with hope and desire for revenge. Dismissing her attendants, she warmly thanked the messenger for his caution, and declared that nothing could give her greater joy than to be bride to Clovis, the great and valorous king, who was bringing all the land of Gaul under his rule. "Take in payment for thy pains these 100 sous in gold, and this ring of mine," she said. "Return promptly to thy lord. If he would have my hand in marriage, let him send messengers without delay to demand me of my uncle Gondebaud, and bid him direct his messengers, as soon as they obtain permission, to take me away in haste. If they delay, I fear all will fail. Aridius, my uncle's counsellor, is on his way back from Constantinople. If he should arrive, and gain my uncle's ear before I am gone, all will come to naught. Haste, then, and advise Clovis that there be no delay." Aurelian was willing enough to comply with her request, but he met with obstacles on the way. Starting back in the same disguise in which he had come, he made all haste toward Orleans, where he dwelt, and where he hoped to learn the location of the camp of the warlike Clovis. On nearing this city, he took for travelling companion a poor mendicant, whom fortune threw in his way, and with whom he journeyed for miles in the intimacy of the highway. Growing weary as night approached, and having confidence in his companion, Aurelian fell asleep by the wayside, leaving the beggar to watch. Several hours passed before he awoke. When he did so, it was to find, to his intense alarm, that his companion had vanished, and his wallet had gone, and with it the gold which it contained, and Clotilde's precious ring. In dismay, Aurelian hurried to the city, reached his home, and sent his servants in all directions in search of the thievish mendicant, whom he felt sure had sought some lurking place within the city walls. His surmise was correct. The fellow was found and brought to him, the wallet and its valuable contents being recovered intact. What was to be done with the thief? Those were not days of courts and prisons. Men were apt to interpret law and administer punishment for themselves. Culprits were hung, thrashed, or set at liberty. Aurelian weighed the offence, and decided on the just measures of retribution. The culprit, so says the chronicle, was soundly thrashed for 3 days, and then set free. Having thus settled this knotty question of law, Aurelian continued his journey until Clovis was reached, told him what he had seen and what heard, and gave him Clotilde's ring and message. Clovis was alike pleased with the favourable report of his messenger, and with the judicious advice of the maiden. He sent a deputation at once to Gondebaud, bidding the envoys to make no delay either in going or returning, and to demand of Gondebaud the hand of his niece in marriage. They found Gondebaud, and found him willing. The request of the powerful Clovis was not one to be safely refused, and the Burgundian king was pleased with the idea of gaining his friendship by giving him his niece in marriage. His consent gained, the deputation offered him a denier and a sou, according to the marriage customs of the Franks, and espoused Clotilde in the name of Clovis. Word was at once sent to Clovis of their success, and without delay the king's council was assembled at Châlons, and preparations made for the marriage. Meanwhile, news startling to Clotilde had reached Geneva. Aridius was on his way back. He had arrived at Marseilles, and was travelling with all speed towards Burgundy. The alarmed woman, in a fever of impatience, hastened the departure of the Franks, seemingly burning with desire to reach the court of the king, really cold with fear at the near approach of the shrewd Aridius, whose counsel she greatly dreaded. Her nervous haste expedited matters. Gondebaud formally transferred her to the Franks, with valuable gifts which he sent as a marriage portion, and the cortège set out, Clotilde in a covered carriage, her attendants and escort on horseback. And thus slowly moved away this old-time marriage train. And not far had they left the city behind them, when Clotilde's impatience with their slow movement displayed itself. She had kept herself advised. Aridius was near at hand. He might reach Geneva that very day. Calling to her carriage the leaders of her escort, she said, "Good sirs, if you hope to take me into the presence of your lord, you must find me a better means of speed than this slow carriage. Let me descend, mount on horseback, and then away as fast as we may. Much I fear that in this carriage I shall never see Clovis your king." Learning the reason of her haste, they did as requested, and mounted on one of their swiftest steeds, Clotilde swept onward to love and vengeance, leaving the lumbering carriage to follow with her female attendants at its slow will. She was none too soon. Not long had she left her uncle's court before Aridius reached it. Gondebaud, who had unbounded respect for and confidence in him, received him joyfully, and said, after their first greetings, "I have just completed a good stroke of policy. I have made friends with the Franks, and given my niece Clotilde to Clovis in marriage." "You have?" exclaimed Aridius, in surprise and alarm. "And you deem this a bond of friendship? To my poor wit, Gondebaud, it is a pledge of perpetual strife. Have you forgotten, my lord, that you killed Clotilde's father and drowned her mother, and that you cut off the heads of her brothers and threw their bodies into a well? What think you this woman is made of? If she become powerful, will not revenge be her first and only thought? She is not far gone. If you are wise, you will send at once a troop in swift pursuit, and bring her back. She is but one, the Franks are many. You will find it easier to bear the wrath of one person than for you and yours to be perpetually at war with all the Franks." Gondebaud saw the wisdom of these words, and lost no time in taking his counsellor's advice. A troop was sent, with orders to ride at all speed and bring back Clotilde with the carriage and the treasure. The carriage and the treasure they did bring back, but not Clotilde. She, with her escort, was already far away, riding in haste for the frontier of Burgundy. Clovis had advanced to meet her, and was waiting at Villers, in the territory of Troyes, at no great distance from the border of Burgundy. But before reaching this frontier, Clotilde gave vent to revengeful passion, crying to her escort, "Ride right and left, plunder and burn, do what damage you may to this hated country from which Heaven has delivered me." Then, as they rode away on their mission of ruin, to which they had obtained permission from Clovis, she cried aloud, "I thank thee, God omnipotent, for that I see in this the beginning of the vengeance which I owe to my slaughtered parents and brethren." In no long time afterwards she joined Clovis, who received her with a lover's joy, and in due season the marriage was celebrated with all the pomp and ceremony of which those rude times were capable. Thus ends the romantic story told us by the chronicle Fredegaire, somewhat too romantic to be accepted for veracious history, we fear. Yet it is interesting as a picture of the times, and has doubtless in it an element of fact, though it may have been coloured by imagination. Aurelian and Aridius are historical personages, and what we know of them is in keeping with what is here told of them. So the reader may, if he will, accept the story as an interesting compound of reality and romance. But there is more to tell. Clotilde had an important historical part to play, which is picturesquely described by the chronicler Gregory of Tours. She was a Christian, Clovis a pagan. It was natural that she should desire to convert her husband, and through him turn the nation of the Franks into worshippers of Christ. She had a son whom she wished to have baptized. She begged her husband to yield to her wishes. "The gods you worship," she said, "are of wood, stone, or metal. They are naught, and can do naught for you or themselves." "It is by command of our gods that all things are created," answered Clovis. "It is plain that your God has no power. There is no proof that he is even of the race of gods." Yet he yielded to her wishes, and let the child be baptized. Soon afterwards the infant died, and Clovis reproached her bitterly. "Had he been dedicated to my gods, he would still be alive," he said. "He was baptized in the name of your God, and you see the end. He could not live." A second son was born, and was also baptized. He too fell sick. "It will be with him as with his brother," said Clovis. "You have had your will in baptizing him, and he is going to die. Is this the power of your Christ?" But the child lived, and Clovis grew less incredulous of the God of his wife. In the year 496 war broke out between him and a German tribe. The Germans were successful, the Franks wavering. Clovis was anxious. Before hurrying to the front he had promised his wife, so says Fredegaire, to become a Christian if the victory were his. Others say that he made this promise at the suggestion of Aurelian, at a moment when the battle seemed lost. However that be, the tide of battle turned, the victory remained with the Franks, the Germans were defeated, and their king slain. Clotilde, fearing that he would forget his promise, sent secretly to Saint Remy, Bishop of Reims, to come and use his influence with the king. He did so, and fervently besought Clovis to accept the Christian faith. "I would willingly listen to you, Holy Father," said Clovis, "but I fear that the people who follow me will not give up their gods. I am about to assemble them, and will repeat to them your words." He found them more ready than he deemed. The story of his promise, and the victory that followed it, had doubtless strongly influenced them. Before he could speak, most of those present cried out, "We abjure the mortal gods. We are ready to follow the immortal God whom Remy preaches." About 3,000 of the Franks, however, refused to give up their old faith, and deserted Clovis, joining the Frankish king of Cambrai, who was before long to pay dearly for this addition to his ranks. Christmas Day, 496, was fixed by Remy for the ceremony of baptism of the king and his followers, and on that day, with impressive ceremonies, Clovis the king and about 3,000 of his warriors were made Christians, and the maker of the French nation was received into the fold of the Church. From that time forward Clovis won victory after victory over his surrounding enemies. He had been born leader of a tribe. He died king of a nation. As regards Gondebaud, the result proved as Aridius predicted, whether or not through the personal influence of Clotilde upon her husband. Clovis broke his truce with Gondebaud and entered Burgundy with an army. Gondebaud was met and defeated at Dijon, partly through the treachery of his brother, whom Clovis had won over. He fled to Avignon and shut himself up in that stronghold. Clovis pursued and besieged him. Gondebaud, filled with alarm, asked counsel of Aridius, who told him that he had brought this upon himself. "I will save you, though," he said. "I will feign to fly and go over to Clovis. Trust me to act so that he shall ruin neither you nor your land. But you must do what I ask." "I will do whatever you bid," said Gondebaud. Aridius thereupon sought Clovis in the guise of a deserter from Gondebaud. But such was his intelligence, the charm of his conversation, the wisdom and good judgment of his counsel, that Clovis was greatly taken with him, and yielded to his advice. "You gain nothing by ravaging the fields, cutting down the vines, and destroying the harvests of your adversary," he said, "while he defies you in his stronghold. Rather send him deputies, and lay on him a tribute to be paid you every year. Thus the land will be preserved, and you be lord for ever over him who owes you tribute. If he refuse, then do what pleases you." Clovis deemed the advice good, did as requested, and found Gondebaud more than willing to become his tributary vassal, and thus ended the contest between them, Burgundy becoming a tributary province of France. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Historical Tales, Volume 6, French. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Historical Tales, Volume 6, French, by Charles Morris. Chapter 3 The Rival Queens. From the days of Clovis to the days of Charles Martel and Charlemagne, the history of the Frankish realm, so far as its kingship is concerned, is almost a blank. It was an era of several centuries of incompetent and sluggish monarchs, of whom we can say little more than that they were born and died. They can scarcely be said to have reigned. But from the midst of this dull interregnum of Merovingian sluggards comes to us the story of two queens, women of force and power, whose biography is full of the elements of romance. As a picture of the manners and customs of the Merovingian epoch, we cannot do better than to tell the stories of these queens, Fredegonde and Brunehild by name, whose rivalry and enmity, with their consequences, throw a striking light on the history of those obscure times. What is now France was at that time divided into three kingdoms, Austrasia, Neustria, and Burgundy, King Chilperic reigning over Austrasia, King Sigibert over Neustria. But the power behind the throne lay in the wives of these kings, with whom alone we have to do. Contrasted characters they were, Fredegonde wicked, faithless, self-seeking, Brunehild patriotic and devoted to the good of her country. Yet in the end wickedness triumphed, and honesty died a violent and frightful death. With this preliminary we may proceed with our tale. Fredegonde was the daughter of poor peasants, who dwelt in the vicinity of Montdidier in Picardy. But so striking and notable was her beauty, that at an early age she was made, under circumstances of which we are not informed, one of the ladies in waiting on Queen Andovere, the first wife of King Chilperic. The poor queen was destined to suffer from the artfulness of her maid. The beauty of Fredegonde quickly attracted the attention of the king, and her skilful and unscrupulous arts soon made her a power in the court. The queen was in her way, but no long time passed before, on the pretext of a spiritual relationship with her husband, which rendered the marriage illegal, the hapless Andovere was repudiated and banished to a convent. But Chilperic was not yet ready to marry a peasant. He chose for his second wife Galsuinthe, daughter of the king of the Visigoths. This marriage lasted a still shorter time than the other. Galsuinthe was found strangled in her bed, and now, no longer able to restrain his passion for the beautiful and artful maid of honour, Chilperic married Fredegonde, and raised the peasant maiden to the throne for which she had so deeply and darkly wrought. The marriage of Galsuinthe had been preceded by that of her younger sister Brunehild, who became the wife of Sigibert, brother of Chilperic and king of Austrasia. The murder of Galsuinthe was ascribed by Brunehild to Fredegonde, with excellent reason if we may judge from her subsequent career, and from that day on an undying hatred existed between the two queens. To this the stirring incidents of their after lives were due. War broke out between the two kings, probably inspired by Brunehild's thirst for revenge for her sister's death on the one hand, and the ambition and hatred of Fredegonde on the other. Sigibert was successful in the field, but treachery soon robbed him of the fruits of victory. He was murdered in his tent in the year 575 by two assassins in the pay of Queen Fredegonde. This murder gave Chilperic the ascendancy. Sigibert's army disbanded, and Brunehild, as the only means of preserving her life, sought an asylum in the cathedral of Paris. And now the scene became one of rapid changes, in which the unscrupulous Fredegond plays the leading part. Chilperic, not daring to offend the Church by slaying the fugitive queen under its protection, sent her to Rouen. Here the widowed lady, her beauty rendered more attractive by her misfortunes, was seen and loved by Merovee, the son of Chilperic by his first wife, then in that town on a mission from his father. Fired with passion for the hapless queen, he married her privately, the Bishop of Rouen sealing their union. This imprudent action soon became known at the court of Chilperic, and the ambitious Fredegond hastened to turn it to her advantage. Merovee was heir to the throne of Chilperic. He was in her way, and had now given her a pretext for his removal. Chilperic, who seems to have been the weak slave of her designs, would have seized both Merovee and his bride but for the Austrasians, who demanded that their queen Brunhild should be restored to them, and enforced their demands with threats. She was surrendered, but Merovee, under the influence of his stepmother, was imprisoned, then shorn and shut up in a monastery, and afterwards became a fugitive, and was urged to head a rebellion against his father. Such was the terror, however, which the unhappy youth entertained for his cruel stepmother, that he put an end to his existence by suicide, inducing a faithful servant to strike him dead. Fredegond's success in getting rid of one of the heirs to the throne only partly satisfied her ambitious views. There was another son, Clovis, brother of Merovee. To rid herself of him, the wily queen took another course. 3 of her own children had recently died, and she ascribed their death to Clovis, whom she accused of sorcery. He was seized under this charge, thrown into prison, and there ended his career, a poniard thrust closing his brief tale of life. The tale of murders in this direction was completed by that of the repudiated Queen Antovere, who was soon found strangled in the convent to which she had been consigned. Fredegond had thus rid herself of all claimants to the throne outside of herself and her descendants, Galsuinthe having left no children. Though death had recently robbed her of 3 children, one survived, a son named Clotaire, then a few months old. Her next act of treachery was to make away with her weak and confiding husband, perhaps that she might reign alone, perhaps through fear that Chilperic might discover her guilty relations with Landry, an officer of the court, and subsequently mayor of the palace. Whatever the reason, soon after these events, King Chilperic, while in the act of dismounting on his return from the chase, was struck 2 mortal blows by a man who took to rapid flight, while all around the cry was raised, "Treason! It is the hand of the Austrasian Childebert against our lord the king!" The readiness with which this cry was raised seemed evidence of its falsity. Men ascribed it and the murder to emissaries of Fredegond. But heedless of their opinions, she installed herself as sovereign guardian of her infant son and virtual reigning queen of Neustria. It was now the year 584. Fredegond had by her beauty, ambition, boldness, and unscrupulousness raised herself from the lowly rank of a peasant's daughter to the high position of sovereign over a great dominion, a queenship which she was to hold during the remainder of her life, her strong will, effrontery, artifice, skill in deception, and readiness to strengthen her position by crime, enabling her to overcome all resistance and maintain her ascendancy over the restless and barbarous elements of the kingdom she ruled. She was a true product of the times, one born to become dominant over a barbarous people. Gregory of Tours tells a story of Chilperic and Fredegond which will bear repetition here. In addition to the sons of Chilperic, of whom the queen disposed, as we have seen, he had a daughter, Rigoute by name, whom he promised in marriage to Prince Recared, son of the king of the Visigoths of Spain. A grand deputation of Goths came to Paris to fetch the Frankish princess. King Chilperic ordered several families in the fiscal domains to be seized and placed in cars. As a great number of them wept and were not willing to go, he had them kept in prison, that he might more easily force them to go away with his daughter. It is said that several, in their despair, hung themselves, fearing to be taken from their parents. Sons were separated from fathers, daughters from mothers, and all departed with deep groans and maledictions, and in Paris there reigned a desolation like that of Egypt. Not a few, of superior birth, being forced to go away, even made wills whereby they left their possessions to the churches, and demanded that so soon as the young girls should have entered Spain, their wills should be opened, just as if they were already in their graves. When Chilperic gave up his daughter to the ambassadors of the Goths, he presented them with vast treasures. Queen Fredegond added thereto so great a quantity of gold and silver, and valuable vestments, that at the sight thereof the king thought he must have naught remaining. The queen, perceiving his emotion, turned to the Franks and said to them, "Think not, warriors, that there is here aught of the treasures of former kings. All that ye see is taken from my own possessions, for my most glorious king has made me many gifts. Thereto have I added of the fruits of my own toil, and a great part proceeds from the revenues I have drawn, either in kind or in money, from the houses that have been ceded unto me. Ye yourselves have given me riches, and ye see here a portion thereof, but there is here naught of the public treasure." And the king was deceived into believing her words. Such was the multitude of golden and silver articles and other precious things that it took 50 wagons to hold them. The Franks, on their part, made many offerings. Some gave gold, others silver, sundry gave horses, but most of them vestments. At last the young girl, with many tears and kisses, said farewell. As she was passing through the gate, an axle of her carriage broke, and all cried out, "Alack!" which was interpreted by some as a presage. She departed from Paris, and at 8 miles' distance from the city she had her tents pitched. During the night 50 men arose, and having taken 100 of the best horses, and as many gold bits and bridles, and 2 large silver dishes, fled away, and took refuge with King Childebert. During the whole journey, whoever could escape fled away with all that he could lay hands on. It was required also of all the towns that were traversed on the way that they should make great preparations to defray expenses, for the king forbade any contribution from the treasury. All the charges were met by extraordinary taxes levied upon the poor. In this story there is probably much exaggeration, but it has its significance as a picture of life in the Dark Ages, from one to the manner born. So far as Fredegond was concerned, the marriage of Rigout removed from her path one possible future rival for the throne. Twice in the foregoing pages Childebert of Austrasia has been mentioned. Who was this Childebert, it may be asked? He was the son of Brunehild, whom the Austrasians had preserved after the murder of their king, and as a guardian for whom they had insisted on the return by Chilperic of the captive queen. Brunehild from that time reigned in Austrasia during the minority of her son, and in a manner in striking contrast with the reign of her wicked rival. Unlike the latter, she was a princess by birth, and of that race of Gothic kings who had preserved some traces of the Roman civilization. Fredegond was a barbarian, Brunehild a scion of a semi-civilization, and far superior to her rival in culture and intellectual power. As a queen she did so much for her country that her name as a public benefactor was long afterwards remembered in the land. The highways, the bridges, all the public works of the state received her careful attention, so much so that the Roman roads in Austrasia received, and long retained, the name of Brunehild's causeways. Her name was associated with many other things in the land. In a forest near Bourges men long pointed out Brunehild's castle. At Etampes was shown Brunehild's tower, and near Cahors Brunehild's fort. A more interesting evidence of her activity for the good of her people for ages existed in the byword of Brunehild's alms, which long retained the evidence of her abundant charities. She protected men of letters, a rare production in that day, and in return we find one of them, Fortunatus, Bishop of Poitiers, dedicating poems to her. But the life of Queen Brunehild was far from being a quiet one. In addition to her conflicts with her mortal foe, Queen Fredegond, she had her own nobles to fight with. They seem to have detested her from the fact that her palace was filled with royal officers and favourites, whose presence excited the jealousy of the great landholders and warriors. But Brunehild protected them with unyielding courage against their foes, and proved herself every inch a queen. It was a semblance of the Roman imperial monarchy which she wished to establish in Austrasia, and to her efforts in this direction were due her struggles with the turbulent lords of the land, whose opposition gave her more and more trouble as time went on. A story of this conflict is told by Gregory of Tours. One of the palace officers of the queen, Lupus, a Roman by birth, but made by her Duke of Champagne, was being constantly insulted and plundered by his enemies, especially by Ursion Bertfried. At last, having agreed to slay him, they marched against him with an army. At the sight, Brunehild, compassionating the evil case of one of her lieges unjustly presented, assumed a manly courage, and threw herself among the hostile battalions, crying, "Stay, warriors! Refrain from this wicked deed! Persecute not the innocent! Engage not, for a single man's sake, in a battle which will desolate the country!" "Back, woman!" said Ursion to her. "Let it suffice thee to have ruled under thy husband's sway. Now it is thy son that reigns, and his kingdom is under our protection, not thine. Back, if thou wouldst not that the hoofs of our horses trample thee under as the dust of the ground." After the dispute had lasted some time in this strain, the queen, by her address, at last prevented the battle from taking place. The words of Ursion were prophetic. To be trampled under horses' hoofs into the dust was the final fate of the queen, though for many years yet she was to retain her power and to keep up her strife with the foes who surrounded her. Far nobler of soul than Fredegonde, she was as strong in all those qualities which go to make a vigorous queen. But we must hasten on to the end of these royal rivals. Fredegonde died quietly in Paris in 597, powerful to her death, and leaving on the throne her son Clotaire II., whom she had infected with all her hatred against the Queen of Austrasia. Brunehild lived till 614, 39 years after the death of her husband Sigibert, and through the reigns of her son and two of her grandsons, who were but puppets in her hands. Her later years were marked by lack of womanly virtue, and by an unscrupulousness in ridding herself of her enemies significant of barbarous times. At length, when she had reached the advanced age of 80 years, she was deserted by her army and her people, whom the crimes imputed to her had incensed, and fell into the hands of her mortal foe, Clotaire II., in whom all the venom of his cruel mother seemed retained. After having subjected the aged queen to base and gross insults and severe tortures, the crowned wretch had her paraded on a camel in front of his whole army, and then tied by one arm, one foot, and hair of her head to the tail of an unbroken horse, which dashed and kicked her to pieces as he rushed away in affright, before the eyes of the ferocious Clotaire and his army. By the death of Brunehild and her sons, whom Clotaire also put to death, this king became master of Austrasia, and thus lord of all the Frankish realm, the successor in power of the two queens whose story stands out so prominently in that dark and barbarous age. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Historical Tales, Volume 6, French. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Historical Tales, Volume 6, French, by Charles Morris. Chapter 4. Roland et Roncesvalles. From the long, straight ridge of the Pyrenees, stretching from the Bay of Biscay to the Mediterranean, and dividing the land of France from that of Spain, there extend numerous side hills, like buttresses to the main mountain mass, running far into the plains on either side. Between these rugged buttresses lie narrow valleys, now spreading into broad amphitheatres, now contracting into straitened ravines, winding upward to the passes across the mountain chain. Dense forests often border these valleys, covering the mountain sides and summits, and hiding with their deep green foliage the rugged rocks from which they spring. Such is the scene of the celebrated story which we have next to tell. All these mountain valleys are filled with legends, centering around a great event and a mighty hero of the remote past, whose hand and sword made famous the little vale of Roncesvalles, which lies between the defiles of Cizère and Valcarlos, in the land of the Basques. This hero was Roland, the nephew of the great Emperor Charlemagne, who has been given by romantic fiction the first place among the legendary paladins of France, and made memorable in epic poetry as the hero of the celebrated Orlando Furioso of Ariosto, and the less notable Orlando Innamorato of Boiardo. All these stories are based upon a very slender fabric of history, which would have been long since forgotten, had not legend clung to it with so loving a hand, and credited its hero with such a multitude of marvellous deeds. The history of the event is preserved for us by Eginhard, the secretary and annalist of Charlemagne. He takes few words to tell what has given rise to innumerable strophes. In the year 778, Charlemagne invaded Spain, then almost wholly in the hands of the Saracens. His march was a victorious one until Saragossa was reached. Here he found himself before a well-supplied, strongly fortified, and fully garrisoned city, while his own army was none too well provided with food. In the end he found it expedient to retreat, leaving Saragossa still in Saracen hands. The retreat was conducted without loss until the Pyrenees were reached. These were crossed by the main body of the army without hostile disturbance, leaving to follow the baggage train and a rear guard under the king's nephew Roland, prefect of the marches of Brittany, with whom were Eginhard, master of the household, and Anselm, count of the palace, while legend adds the names of Oliver, Roland's bosom friend, the warlike Archbishop Turpin, and other warriors of renown. Their route lay across the pass of Roncesvalles, so narrow at points that only 2 or at most 3 men could move abreast, while the rugged bordering hills were covered with dense forest, affording a secure retreat for an ambushing foe. It was when the main body of the army was miles in advance, and the rear guard struggling up this narrow defile, that disaster came. Suddenly the surrounding woods and mountains bristled with life. A host of light-armed Basque mountaineers emerged from the forest, and poured darts and arrows upon the crowded columns of heavily armed Franks below. Rocks were rolled down the steep declivities, crushing living men beneath their weight. The surprised troops withdrew in haste to the bottom of the valley, death pursuing them at every step. The battle that followed was doubtless a severe and hotly contested one. The prominent place it has gained in tradition indicates that the Franks must have defended themselves valiantly. But they fought at a terrible disadvantage, and in the end they were killed to a man. Then the assailants, rich with the plunder which they had obtained from the baggage wagons and the slain bodies, vanished into the forests whence they came, leaving to Charlemagne, when he returned in search of Roland and his men, only the silence of death and the livid heaps of the slain in that terrible valley of slaughter. Such is the sober fact. Fancy has adorned it with 1,000 loving fictions. In the valleys are told a multitude of tales connected with Roland's name. A part of his armour has given its name to a flower of the hills, the casque de Roland, a species of hellebore. The brèche de Roland, a deep fissure in the mountain crest, is ascribed to a stroke of his mighty blade. The sound of his magic horn still seems to echo around those rugged crests, and pulse through those winding valleys, as it did on the day when, as legend says, it was borne to the ears of Charlemagne miles away, and warned him of the deadly peril of his favourite chieftain. This horn is reputed to have had magical powers. Its sound was so intense as to split all other horns. The story goes that Roland, himself sadly wounded, his fellows falling thickly around him, blew upon it so mighty a blast that the veins and nerves of his neck burst under the effort. The sound reached the ears of Charlemagne, then encamped 8 miles away in the Valcarlos pass. "It is Roland's horn," he cried. "He never blows it except the extremity be great. We must hasten to his aid." "I have known him to sound it on light occasions," answered Ganelon, Roland's secret foe. "He is, perhaps, pursuing some wild beast, and the sound echoes through the wood. It would be fruitless to lead back your weary host to seek him." Charlemagne yielded to his specious argument, and Roland and all his followers died. Charles afterwards discovered the body with the arms extended in the form of a cross, and wept over it his bitterest tears. There did Charlemagne, said the legend, mourn for Orlando to the very last day of his life. On the spot where he died he encamped and caused the body to be embalmed with balsam, myrrh, and aloes. The whole camp watched it that night, honoring his corpse with hymns and songs, and innumerable torches and fires kindled in the adjacent mountains. At the battle of Hastings, the minstrel Taillefer, as we have elsewhere told, rode before the advancing Norman host, singing the song of Roland, till a British hand stilled his song and laid him low in death. This ancient song is attributed, though doubtfully, to Turold, that abbot of Peterborough who was so detested by Hereward the Wake. From it came many of the stories which afterwards were embodied in the epic legends of medieval days. To quote a few passages from it may not be amiss. The poet tells us that Roland refused to blow his magic horn in the beginning of the battle. In the end, when ruin and death were gathering fast around, and blood was flowing freely from his own veins, he set his lips to the mighty instrument and filled vales and mountains with its sound. With pain and dolour, groan and pant, Count Roland sounds his olifant. The crimson stream shoots from his lips, the blood from bursten temple drips. But far, oh far the echoes ring, and in the defiles reach the king, reach Naimes and the French array. "'Tis Roland's horn," the king doth say, "he only sounds when brought to bay. How huge the rocks, how dark and steep, the streams are swift, the valleys deep. Out blare the trumpets one and all, as Charles responds to Roland's call. Round wheels the king, with choler mad, the Frenchmen follow, grim and sad. No one but prays for Roland's life, till they have joined him in the strife. But ah, what prayer can alter fate? The time is past, too late, too late." The fight goes on, more of the warriors fall, Oliver dies, Roland and Turpin continue the fight. Once more a blast is sent from the magic horn. Then Roland takes his horn once more, his blast is feebler than before, but still it reaches the Emperor. He hears it, and he halts to shout, "Let clarions one and all ring out!" Then 60,000 clarions ring, and rocks and dales set echoing, and they too hear the pagan pack. They force the rising laughter back. "Charles, Charles," they cry, "is on our track." They fly, and Roland stands alone, alone, afoot, his steed is gone. Turpin dies. Roland remains the sole survivor of the host, and he hurt unto death. He falls on the field in a swoon. A wounded Saracen rises, and seeing him, says, "Vanquished, he is vanquished, the nephew of Charles! There is his sword, which I will carry off to Arabia." He knew not the power of the dying hero. And as he makes to draw the steel, a something does Sir Roland feel. He opens his eyes, says naught but this, "Thou art not one of us, I wis," raises the horn he could not quit, and cracks the pagan's skull with it, and then the touch of death that steals down, down from head to heart, he feels. Under yon pine he hastes away, on the green turf his head to lay. Placing beneath him horn and sword, he turns toward the Paynim horde, and there, beneath the pine, he sees a vision of old memories, a thought of realms he helped to win, of his sweet France, of kith and kin, and Charles his lord, who nurtured him. And here let us take our leave of Roland the Brave, whose brief story of fact has been rounded into so vast a story of fiction, that the actual histories of few men equal in extent that of this hero of romance. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Historical Tales, Volume 6, French. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Historical Tales, Volume 6, French, by Charles Morris. Chapter 5 Charlemagne and the Avars. Striking is the story which the early centuries of modern Europe have to tell us. After the era of the busy building of empire, in which the sturdy old Romans were the active agents, there came an era of the overthrow of empire, during which the vast results of centuries of active civilization seemed about to sink and be lost in the seething whirlpool of barbarism. The wild hordes of the north of Europe overflowed the rich cities and smiling plains of the south, and left ruin where they found wealth and splendor. Later, the half-savage nomads of Eastern Europe and Northern Asia, the devastating Huns, poured out upon the budding kingdoms which had succeeded the mighty empire of Rome, and threatened to trample under foot all that was left of the work of long preceding ages. Civilization had swung downward into barbarism. Was barbarism to swing downward into savagery, and man return to his primitive state? Against such a conceivable fate of Europe, Charlemagne served as a mighty bulwark, and built by his genius an impermeable wall against the torrent of savage invasion, saying to its inflowing waves, "Thus far shalt thou come, and no farther." Attila, the scourge of God, in the track of whose horses' hoofs no grass could grow, met his only great defeat at Chalons-sur-Marne, on the soil of Gaul. He died in Hungary, his hordes were scattered. Europe again began to breathe. But not long had the Huns of Attila ceased their devastations, when another tribe of Hunnish origin appeared, and began a like career of ravage and ruin. These called themselves Avars. Small in numbers at first, they grew by vanquishing and amalgamating other tribes of Huns, until they became the terror, and threatened to become the masters of Europe. Hungary, the centre of Attila's great circle of power, was made their place of abode. Here was the palace and stronghold of their monarchs, the Shagans, and here they continued a threat to all the surrounding nations, while enjoying the vast spoils which they had wrung from ruined peoples. Time passed on. Civilization showed feeble signs of recovery. France and Italy became its abiding places, but barbarian invasion still threatened these lands, and no security could be felt while the hordes of the north and east remained free to move at will. This was the task that Charlemagne was born to perform. Before his day, the Huns of the east, the Saxons of the north, the Moors of the south, kept the growing civilization of France in constant alarm. After his day, aggression by land was at an end. Only by sea could the north invade the south. The record of the deeds of Charlemagne is a long one. The Saxons were conquered and incorporated into the kingdom of the Franks. Then collision with the Avars took place. The story of how Charlemagne dealt with these savage hordes is one of the most interesting episodes in the extended tale of his wars, and we therefore select it for our present theme. The Avars had long been quiet, but now again began to stir, making two invasions, one of Lombardy, the other of Bavaria. Both were repelled. Stung by defeat, they raised a greater army than before, and in 788 crossed the Danube, determined in their savage souls to teach these proud Franks a lesson, and write on their land in blood the old story of the prowess and invincibility of the Huns. To their alarm and astonishment, they found themselves not only checked, but utterly routed, thousands of them being left dead upon the field, and other thousands swallowed up by the Danube in their wild effort to swim that swollen stream. This brings us to the record of the dealings of Charlemagne with the Huns, who had thus dared to invade his far extending kingdom. Vast had been the work of this mighty monarch in subduing the unquiet realms around him. Italy had been made a part of his dominions, Spain invaded and quieted, and the Saxons, the fiercest people of the north, forced to submit to the power of the Franks. Now the Avars of Hungary, the most dangerous of the remaining neighbours of Charlemagne's great empire, were to be dealt with. During the 2 years succeeding their defeat, overtures for peace passed between the Avars and Charlemagne, overtures which, perhaps, had their chief purpose in the desire to gain time to prepare for war. These nomadic hordes were celebrated alike for their cunning and their arrogance: cunning when they had an object to gain, arrogance when they had gained it. In their dealings with Charlemagne they displayed the same mixture of artfulness and insolence which they had employed in their dealings with the Empire of the East. But they had now to do with a different man from the weak emperors of Constantinople. Charlemagne continued his negotiations, but prepared for hostilities, and in the spring of 791 put himself at the head of a powerful army, prepared to repay the barbarian hordes with some of the havoc which they had dealt out to the other nations of Europe. It was no light task he had undertaken, and the great general made ready for it with the utmost care and deliberation. He was about to invade a country of great resources, of remarkable natural and artificial defences, and inhabited by a people celebrated for their fierceness and impetuosity, and who had hitherto known little besides victory. And he was to leave behind him in his march a kingdom full of unquiet elements, which needed the presence of his strong arm and quick mind to keep it in subjection. He knew not but that the Saxons might rise upon his march and spread ruin upon his path. There was one way to avoid this, and that he took. Years before, he had incorporated the Lombards with his army, and found them to fight as valiantly for him as against him. He now did the same with the Saxons, drafting a large body of them into his ranks, with the double purpose of weakening the fighting power of the nation, and employing their fierce courage in his own service. All winter the world of the Franks was in commotion, preparing for war. The chroniclers of the time speak of the innumerable multitudes which the great conqueror set in motion in the early spring. The army marched in 3 grand divisions. One entered Bavaria, joined to itself recruits raised in that country, and descended the Danube in boats, which carried also an abundance of provisions and military stores. A second division, under Charlemagne himself, marched along the southern side of the river, and a third, under his generals Theodoric and Meganfried, along its northern banks. The emperor had besides sent orders to his son Pepin, king of Italy, bidding him to lead an army of Lombards and other Italians to the frontier of Hungary and cooperate with the other troops. Before telling the story of the expedition, it behooves us to give some account of the country which the king of the Franks was about to invade, and particularly to describe the extraordinary defences and interior conditions with which it is credited by the gossipy old monk of St Gall, the most entertaining though hardly the most credible writer of that period. All authors admit that the country of the Avars was defended by an ingenious and singular system of fortifications. The account we propose to give, the monk of St Gall declares that he wrote down from the words of an eye-witness, Adalbart by name, who took part in the expedition. But one cannot help thinking that either this eye-witness mingled a strong infusion of imagination with his vision, or that the monk added fiction to his facts, with the laudable purpose of making an attractive story. Such as it is, we give it without further comment. 9 concentric circles of palisaded walls, says the garrulous old monk, surrounded the country of the Avars, the outer one enclosing the entire realm of Hungary, the inner ones growing successively smaller, the innermost being the central fortification within which dwelt the Chagan, with his palace and his treasures. These walls were made of double rows of palisades of oak, beech, and pine logs, 20 feet high and 20 feet asunder, the interval between them being filled with stone and lime. Thus was formed a great wall, which at a distance must have presented a singular appearance, since the top was covered with soil and planted with bushes and trees. The outermost wall surrounded the whole country. Within it, at a distance of 20 Teutonic or 40 Italian miles, was a second of smaller diameter, but constructed in the same manner. At an equal distance inward was a third, and thus they continued inward, fortress after fortress, to the number of 9, the outer one rivalling the Chinese wall in extent, the inner one, the ring as it was called, being of small diameter, and enclosing a central space within which the Avars guarded the accumulated wealth of centuries of conquest and plunder. The only places of exit from these great palisaded fortifications were very narrow gates, or sally ports, opening at proper intervals, and well guarded by armed sentinels. The space between the successive ramparts was a well wooded and thickly settled country, filled with villages and homesteads, so close together that the sound of a trumpet could be heard from one to the other, and thus an alarm from the exterior be conveyed with remarkable rapidity throughout the whole land. This and more the veracious monk of St Gall tells us. As to believing him, that is quite another matter. Sufficient is told by other writers to convince us that the country was guarded by strong and singular defences, but the 9 concentric circles of breastworks, surpassing the Chinese wall in length and size, the reader is quite privileged to doubt. Certainly the defences failed to check the advance of the army of Charlemagne. Though he had begun his march in the spring, so extensive were his preparations that it was September before he reached the banks of the river Enns, the border line between Bavaria and Hungary. Here the army encamped for 3 days, engaged in prayers for victory, and here encouraging news came to Charlemagne. His son Pepin, with the Duke of Friuli, had already invaded Hungary, met an army of the Avars, and defeated it with great slaughter. The news of this success must have invigorated the army under Charlemagne. Breaking camp, they invaded the country of the Avars, advancing with the usual impetuosity of their great leader. One after another, the Hungarian lines of defence were taken, until 3 had fallen, while the country between them was laid waste. No army appeared in the path of the invaders. Sword in hand, Charlemagne assailed and broke through the strong walls of his foes. Soon he reached the river Raab, which he followed to its junction with the Danube. Until now all had promised complete success. Those frightful Huns, who had so long kept Europe in terror, seemed about to be subdued and made subjects of the great monarch of the Franks. But through that fatality which so often ruins the best laid plans of men, Charlemagne soon found himself in a perilous and critical situation. His army was composed almost wholly of cavalry. As he lay encamped by the Danube, a deadly pestilence attacked the horses, and swept them off with such rapidity that a hasty retreat became necessary. 9/10 of the horses had perished before the retiring army reached Bavaria. Good fortune, however, attended the retreat. Had the Avars recovered from the panic into which their successive defeats had thrown them, they might have taken a disastrous revenge upon the invaders. But, as it was, Charlemagne succeeded in retiring without being attacked, and was able to take with him the valuable booty and the host of prisoners which were the trophies of his victorious progress. He fully intended to return and complete the conquest of Hungary in the spring, and to facilitate his advance had a bridge of boats constructed during the winter across the Danube. He never returned, as it happened. Circumstances hindered. But in 794 his subject, the Margrave Eric, Duke of Friuli, again invaded Hungary, which had in the interval been exhausted by civil wars. All the defences of the Avars went down before him, and his victorious troops penetrated to that inner fortress called the Ring, which so long had been the boasted stronghold of the Shagans, and within whose confines were gathered the vast treasures which the conquering hordes had accumulated during centuries of victory and plunder, together with the great wealth in gold and silver coin which they had wrung by way of tribute from the weak rulers of the Eastern Empire. A conception of the extent of this spoil may be gathered from the fact that the Greek emperor during the 7th century paid the Avars annually as tribute 80,000 gold solidi, and that on a single occasion the Emperor Heraclius was forced to pay them an equal sum. In a nation that had made any progress towards civilization, this wealth would have been distributed and perhaps dissipated. but the only use which the half-savage Avars seemed to have found for it was to store it up as spoil. For centuries it had been accumulating within the treasure-house of the ring, in convenient form to be seized and borne away by the conquering army which now broke into this long-defiant stronghold. The great bulk of this wealth, consisting of gold and silver coin, vessels of the precious metals, garments of great value, rich weapons and ornaments, jewels of priceless worth, and innumerable other articles, was taken to Aix-la-Chapelle, and laid at the feet of Charlemagne to be disposed of as he saw fit. So extensive was it that, as we are told, 15 wagons, each drawn by 4 oxen, were needed to convey it to the capital of the mighty emperor. Charlemagne dealt with it in a very different manner from that pursued by the monarchs of the Avars. He distributed it with a liberal hand, the Church receiving valuable donations, including some of the most splendid objects, a large share being set aside for the Pope, and most of the balance being given to the poor and to the royal officers, nobles, and soldiers. The amount thus divided was so great that, as we are told, the nation of the Franks became rich, whereas they had been poor before. That treasure which the barbarian invaders had been centuries in collecting from the nations of Europe was in a few months again scattered far and wide. Eric's invasion was followed by one from Pepin, king of Italy, who in turn entered the ring, took the wealth which Eric's raiders had left, demolished the palace of the Shagin, and completely destroyed the central stronghold of the Avars. They were not, however, fully subdued. Risings afterwards took place, invading armies were destroyed, and not until 803 was a permanent conquest made. The Avars in the end accepted baptism, and held themselves as vassals or subjects of the great Frankish monarch, who permitted them to retain some of their old laws and governmental forms. At a subsequent date they were nearly exterminated by the Moravians, and after the year 827 this once powerful people disappear from history. Part of their realm was incorporated with Moravia, and remained so until the incursion of the Magyars in 884. As regards the location of the ring, or central stronghold of the Avars, it is believed to have been in the wide plain between the Danube and the Theiss, the probable site being Pust-de-Sartosar, on the right of the Tatar. Traces of the wonderful circular wall, or of the palisaded and earth-filled fortifications of the Avars, are said still to exist in this locality. They are known as Avarian rings, and in a measure sustain the old stories told of them, though hardly that of the legend-loving monk of St. Gall and his romancing informant. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Historical Tales, Volume 6, French. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Historical Tales, Volume 6, French, by Charles Morris. Chapter 6. The Crowning of Charlemagne. Charlemagne, the great king, had built himself an empire only surpassed by that of ancient Rome. All France was his, all Italy was his, all Saxony and Hungary were his, all Western Europe, indeed, from the borders of Slavonia to the Atlantic, with the exception of Spain, was his. He was the bulwark of civilization against the barbarism of the north and east, the right hand of the Church in its conflict with paganism, the greatest and noblest warrior the world had seen since the days of the great Caesar, and it seemed fitting that he should be given the honor which was his due, and that in him and his kingdom the great empire of Rome should be restored. Augustulus, the last emperor of the West, had ceased to reign in 476. The Eastern Empire was still alive, or rather half alive, for it was a life without spirit or energy. The Empire of the West had vanished under the flood of barbarism, and for more than 3 centuries there had been no claimant of the imperial crown. But here was a strong man, a noble man, the lord and master of a mighty realm which included the old imperial city. It seemed fitting that he should take the title of emperor and rule over the Western world as the successor of the famous line of the Caesars. So thought the Pope, Leo III, and so thought his cardinals. He had already sent to Charlemagne the keys of the prison of St. Peter and the banner of the city of Rome. In 799 he had a private interview with the king, whose purpose no one knew. In August of the year 800, having settled the affairs of his widespread kingdom, Charlemagne suddenly announced in the General Assembly of the Franks that he was about to make a journey to Rome. Why he went he did not say. The secret was not yet ready to be revealed. On the 23rd of November the king of the Franks arrived at the gates of Rome, a city which he was to leave with the time-honoured title of the Emperor of the West. The Pope received him as he was dismounting. Then, on the next day, standing on the steps of the Basilica of St. Peter, and amidst general hallelujahs, he introduced the king into the sanctuary of the blessed Apostle, glorifying and thanking the Lord for this happy event. In the days that followed, Charlemagne examined the grievances of the Church, and took measures to protect the Pope against his enemies. And while he was there, 2 monks came from Jerusalem, bearing with them the keys of the Holy Sepulchre and Calvary, and the sacred standard of the Holy City, which the Patriarch had entrusted to their care to present to the great king of the Franks. Charlemagne was thus virtually commissioned as the defender of the Church of Christ, and the true successor of the Christian emperors of Rome. Meanwhile, Leo had called a synod of the Church to consider whether the title of emperor should not be conferred on Charles the Great. At present, he said, the Roman world had no sovereign. The throne of Constantinople was occupied by a woman, the Empress Irene, who had usurped the title and made it her own by murder. It was intolerable that Charles should be looked on as a mere patrician, and implied subordinate to this unworthy sovereign of the Eastern Empire. He was the master of Italy, Gaul, and Germany, said Leo. Who was there besides him to act as defender of the faith? On whom, besides, could the Church rest in its great conflict with paganism and unbelief? The synod agreed with him. It was fitting that the great king should be crowned emperor, and restore in his person the ancient glory of the realm. A petition was sent to Charles. He answered that, however unworthy the honour, he could not resist the desire of that august body. And thus was formally completed what probably had been the secret understanding of the Pope and the king months before. Charles, king of the Franks, was to be given the title and dignity of Charles, Emperor of the West. The season of the Feast of the Nativity, Christmas Day of the year 800, duly came. It was destined to be a great day in the annals of the Roman city. The chimes of the bells which announced the dawning of that holy day fell on the ears of great multitudes assembled in the streets of Rome, all full of the grand event that day to be consummated, and rumours of which had spread far and wide. The great Basilica of St. Peter was to be the scene of the imposing ceremony, and at the hour fixed its aisles were crowded with the greatest and the most devoted and enthusiastic assemblage it had ever held, all eager to behold and to lend their support to the glorious act of coronation, as they deemed it, fixed for that day, an act which, as they hoped, would restore Rome to the imperial position which that great city had so many centuries held. It was a noble pile, that great cathedral of the early Church. It had been recently enriched by costly gifts set aside by Charles from the spoils of the Avars, and converted into the most beautiful of ornaments consecrated to the worship of Christ. Before the altar stood the golden censers containing 17 pounds weight of solid gold. Above gleamed 3 grand coronas of solid silver, of 307 pounds in weight, ablaze with a glory of wax lights, whose beams softly illuminated the whole great edifice. The shrine of St. Peter dazzled the eyes by its glittering rufus, made of 49 pounds of the purest gold, and enriched by brilliant jewels till they sparkled like single great gems. There also hung superb curtains of white silk embroidered with roses, and with rich and intricate borders, while in the centre was a splendid cross worked in gold and purple. Suspended from the keystone of the dome hung the most attractive of the many fine pictures which adorned the church, a peerless painting of the Saviour, whose beauty drew all eyes and aroused in all souls fervent aspirations of devoted faith. Never had Christian church presented a grander spectacle, never had one held so immense and enthusiastic an audience, for one of the greatest ceremonies the Christian world had known was that day to be performed. Through the wide doors of the great church filed a procession of bronzed veterans of the Frankish army, the nobility and the leading people of Rome, the nobles, generals, and courtiers who had followed Charlemagne thither, warriors from all parts of the empire, with their corselets and winged helmets of steel, and their uniforms of diverse colours, civic functionaries in their gorgeous robes of office, dignitaries of the church in their rich vestments, a long array of priests in their white dalmatics, until all Christendom seemed present in its noblest and most showy representatives. Heathendom may have been represented also, for it may be that messengers from the great Caliph of Bagdad, the renowned Haroun al Rashid, the hero of the Arabian Nights entertainments, were present in the church. Many members of the royal family of Charlemagne were present to lend dignity to the scene, and towering above them all was the great Charles himself, probably clad in Roman costume, his garb as a patrician of the imperial city, which dignity had been conferred upon him. Loud plaudits welcomed him as he rose into view. There were many present who had seen him at the head of his army, driving before him hosts of flying Saracens, Saxons, Lombards, and Avars, and to them he was the embodiment of earthly power, the mighty patron of the Church, and the scourge of pagans and infidels. And as they gazed on this noble form and dignified face, it seemed to some of them as if they looked with human eyes on the face and form of a representative of the Deity. A solemn mass was sung, with all the impressive ceremony suitable to the occasion. As the king rose to his feet, or while he still kneeled before the altar and the confession, the tomb of St. Peter, the Pope, as if moved by a sudden impulse, took up a splendid crown which lay upon the altar, and placed it on his brow, saying in a loud voice, "Long life and victory to Charles, the most pious Augustus, crowned by God the Great, and pacific Emperor of the Romans." At once, as if this were a signal for the breaking of the constrained silence, a mighty shout rose from the whole vast assembly. Again and again it was repeated, and then broke out the solemn chant of the litany, sung by hundreds of voices, while Charlemagne stood in dignified and patient silence. Whether or not this act of the Pope was a surprise to him, we have no assurance. Eginhard tells us that he declared that he would not have entered the church that day if he had foreseen the Pope's intentions. Yet it is not easy to believe that he was ignorant of or non-consenting to the coming event. At the close of the chant Leo prostrated himself at the feet of Charlemagne and paid him adoration, as had been the custom in the days of the old emperors. He then anointed him with holy oil, and from that day forward Charles, giving up the title of patrician, bore that of Emperor and Augustus. The ceremonies ended in the presentation from the Emperor to the Church of a great silver table, and in conjunction with his son Charles and his daughters, of golden vessels belonging to the table of 500 pounds weight. This great gift was followed, on the feast of the Circumcision, with a superb golden corona to be suspended over the altar. It was ornamented with gems, and contained 50 pounds of gold. On the feast of the Epiphany he added 3 golden chalices, weighing 42 pounds, and a golden paten of 22 pounds weight. To the other churches also, and to the Pope, he made magnificent gifts, and added 3,000 pounds of silver to be distributed among the poor. Thus, after more than 3 centuries, the title of Augustus was restored to the Western world. It was destined to be held many centuries thereafter by the descendants of Charlemagne. After the division of his empire into France and Germany, the imperial title was preserved in the latter realm, the fiction, for it was little more, that an emperor of the West existed, being maintained down to the present century. As to the influence exerted by the power and dominion of Charlemagne on the minds of his contemporaries and successors, many interesting stories might be told. Fable surrounded him, legend attached to his deeds, and at a later date he shared the honour given to the legendary King Arthur of England of being made a hero of romance, a leading character in many of those interminable romances of chivalry which formed the favourite reading of the medieval age. But we need not go beyond his own century to find him a hero of romance. The monk of the Abbey of St. Gall, in Switzerland, whose story of the defences of the land of the Avars we have already quoted, has left us a chronicle full of surprising tales of the life and doings of Charles the Great. One of these may be of interest as an example of the kind of history with which our ancestors of 1,000 years ago were satisfied. Charlemagne was approaching with his army Pavia, the capital of the Lombards. Didier the king was greatly disquieted at his approach. With him was Ogier the Dane, Auger the monk calls him, one of the most famous captains of Charlemagne, and a prominent hero of romance. He had quarrelled with the king, and had taken refuge with the king of the Lombards. Thus goes on the chronicler of St. Gall. When Didier and Auger heard that the dread monarch was coming, they ascended a tower of vast height, where they could watch his arrival from afar off and from every quarter. They saw first of all engines of war such as must have been necessary for the armies of Darius or Julius Caesar. "Is not Charles," asked Didier of Auger, "with this great army?" But the other answered no. The Lombards, seeing afterwards an immense body of soldiery gathered from all quarters of the vast empire, said to Auger, "Certainly Charles advances in triumph in the midst of this throng." "No, not yet. "He will not appear so soon," was the answer. "What should we do, then?" rejoined Didier, who began to be perturbed, "should he come accompanied by a larger band of warriors?" "You will see what he is when he comes," replied Oger. "But as to what will become of us, I know nothing." As they were thus parleying, appeared the body of guards that knew no repose, and at this sight the Lombard, overcome with dread, cried, "This time it is surely Charles!" "No," answered Oger, "not yet." In their wake came the bishops, the abbots, the ordinaries of the chapels royal, and the counts, and then Didier, no longer able to bear the light of day or to face death, cried out with groans, "Let us descend and hide ourselves in the bowels of the earth, far from the face and the fury of so terrible a foe." Trembling the while, Oger, who knew by experience what were the power and might of Charles, and who had learned the lesson by long consuetude in better days, then said, "When you shall behold the crops shaking for fear in the fields, and the gloomy Po and the Ticino overflowing the walls of the city with their waves blackened with steel, then may you think that Charles is coming." He had not ended these words, when there began to be seen in the west, as it were, a black cloud raised by the north-west wind or by Boreas, which turned the brightest day into awful shadows. But as the Emperor drew nearer and nearer, the gleam of arms caused to shine on the people shut up within the city a day more gloomy than any kind of night. And then appeared Charles himself, that man of steel, with his head encased in a helmet of steel, his hands garnished with gauntlets of steel, his heart of steel, and his shoulders of marble protected by a cuirass of steel, and his left hand armed with a lance of steel which he held aloft in the air, for as to his right hand he kept that continually on the hilt of his invincible sword. The outside of his thighs, which the rest, for their greater ease in mounting on horseback, were wont to leave unshackled even by straps, he wore encircled by plates of steel. What shall I say concerning his boots? All the army were wont to have them invariably of steel. On his buckler there was naught to be seen but steel. His horse was of the colour and the strength of steel. All those who went before the monarch, all those who marched by his side, all those who followed after, even the whole mass of the army, had armour of the like sort, so far as the means of each permitted. The fields and the highways were covered with steel. The points of steel reflected the rays of the sun, and this steel, so hard, was borne by people with hearts still harder. The flash of steel spread terror throughout the streets of the city. "What steel? Alack, what steel?" Such were the bewildered cries the citizens raised. The firmness of manhood and of youth gave way at sight of the steel, and the steel paralyzed the wisdom of greybeards. That which I, poor tale-teller, mumbling and toothless, have attempted to depict in a long description, Oger perceived at one rapid glance, and said to Didier, "Here is what you so anxiously sought." And whilst uttering these words, he fell down almost lifeless. If our sober chronicler of the 9th century could thus let his imagine wander in speaking of the great king, what wonder that the romancers of a later age took Charlemagne and his paladins as fruitful subjects for their wildly fanciful themes. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Historical Tales, Volume 6, French. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Historical Tales, Volume 6, French, by Charles Morris. Chapter 7 Peter the Hermit. In the last decade of the 11th century there might have been seen, wandering through every part of France, a man of singular appearance. Small of stature, almost dwarfish in size, emaciated by rigid austerities, angular and ungainly in form, clad in a woollen tunic, over which he wore a serge cloak that came down to his heels, his head and feet bare, and mounted on an ass that seemed to have practised the same austerities as its master. This singular person rode up and down the land, rousing everywhere as he went the wildest enthusiasm. Miserable as he seemed in body, he was a man of active and earnest mind, of quick intellect, keen and penetrating eye, and an ease, fluency, and force of speech that gave him the power to sway multitudes and stir up the soul of Europe as no man before him had ever done. This man was Peter the Hermit, the father of the Crusades. He had been a soldier in his youth, afterwards a married man and father of a family, later a monk and recluse, then a pilgrim to Jerusalem, Now he was an envoy from Simeon, Patriarch of Jerusalem, to arouse the nations of Europe with the stories of the cruelties to which Christian pilgrims were subjected by the barbarous Turks. The Pope, Urban II., had blessed his enterprise, and then, dressed and mounted as described, and bearing in his arms a huge cross, the inspired envoy rode throughout the Teutonic lands, everywhere recounting with vehement speech, and with the force of fiery indignation, the sufferings of the Christians and the barbarities of the Turks, and calling on all pious souls to take arms in defence of the Holy Sepulchre, and for the emancipation of the Holy Land from infidel control. We saw him at that time, says Guibert de Nogent, his contemporary, scouring city and town, and preaching everywhere. The people crowded around him, heaped presents upon him, and celebrated his sanctity by such great praises, that I remember not that like honour was ever rendered to any other person. In all that he did or said he seemed to have in him something divine, insomuch that people went so far as to pluck hairs from his mule to keep as relics. Never had mankind been more excited. All Europe was aroused, indignant, fiery. The Holy Sepulchre must be rescued. Palestine must be in the hands of the Christians. The infidel Turks must be driven from that sacred soil, and punished for the indignities they had heaped upon pilgrims. Europe must march to Asia, and win salvation by driving the unbelieving barbarian from the land sanctified by the feet of Christ. Everywhere men rose, seized their arms, and prepared for the march, of whose length and dangers few of them dreamed. The most distant islands and savage countries, says William of Malmesbury, were inspired by this ardent passion. The Welshman left his hunting, the Scotchman his fellowship with vermin, the Dane his drinking party, the Norwegian his raw fish. So far extended the story of the mission of Peter the Hermit, while in France, Germany, and the other lands in which he made his indignant and fiery appeals, the whole population seemed ready to rise and march en masse to the Holy Land. In 1095, taking advantage of this enthusiasm, Urban II., the Pope, called a council at Clermont in Auvergne, where numbers of clergymen and multitudes of people assembled. Here, after the council, the Pope mounted a platform which rose in the midst of a great open space, and around which extended a vast throng of knights, nobles, and common people. Peter the Hermit stood by the Pope's side, and told the story of the miseries and humiliations of the Christians in Jerusalem in that fiery and fluent oratory which had stirred the soul of all Europe. Pope Urban followed in an impassioned address, recounting the sufferings of the Christian pilgrims, and calling upon the people of France to rise for their deliverance. "Men of France," he said, "men from beyond the mountains, nations chosen and beloved of God, right valiant knights, recall the virtues of your ancestors, the virtue and greatness of King Charlemagne and your other kings. It is from you, above all, that Jerusalem awaits the help she invokes, for to you, above all nations, God has vouchsafed signal glory in arms. Christians, put an end to your own misdeeds, and let concord reign among you while in those distant lands. If necessary, your bodies will redeem your souls. These things I publish and command, and for their execution I appoint the end of the coming spring." His eloquent words roused the mass to madness. From the throng rose one general cry, "God wills it! God wills it!" Again and again it was repeated, as if it would never end, while swords waving in the air, banners floating on high, and every indication of applause and approval, attested the excitement and enthusiasm of the crowd. "If the Lord God were not in your soul, you would not all have uttered the same words," cried the Pope, when he could make himself heard. "In the battle, then, be those your war cry, those words that came from God. In the army of our Lord let naught be heard but that one shout, God wills it, God wills it. Whosoever hath a wish to enter upon this pilgrimage, let him wear upon his breast or his brow the cross of the Lord, and let him who, in accomplishment of his desire, shall be willing to march away, place the cross behind him, between his shoulders, for thus he will fulfil the precept of the Lord, who said, He that doth not take up his cross and follow me is not worthy of me." These words aroused a new enthusiasm. The desire to assume the cross spread like a contagion through the crowd. Adhemar, Bishop of Puy, was the first to receive it from the Pope's hand. This emblem was of red cloth, sewed on the right shoulder of the coat, or fastened on the front of the helmet. In haste the crowd sought materials to make it. The passion for wearing the cross spread like wildfire through Europe. Peter the Hermit, seconded by the Pope, had given birth to the Crusades. The first outburst of enthusiasm was, as always, the strongest. It has been said that in the spring of 1096 6,000,000 souls took the road to Palestine. This is doubtless a vast exaggeration, but great numbers set out, and an immense multitude of ignorant and enthusiastic people pushed tumultuously towards the Holy Land, in advance of the organized armies of the First Crusade. As early as the 8th of March, 1096, great mobs, they cannot fairly be called armies, began their journey towards Palestine. They were not only composed of armed men, women and children made up part of them. Whole families abandoned their villages, and without organization, or provisions, or a knowledge of what lay before them, the ignorant and enthusiastic mass pushed onward with unquestioning faith. The first body of these enthusiasts, led by a poor knight called Walter the Penniless, was cut to pieces by the natives of Bulgaria, a few only reaching Constantinople. A second multitude, 40,000 strong, was headed by Peter the Hermit. It was similar in character to the preceding. Whenever a town came in sight on their way, the children asked if that were Jerusalem. The elders were little better informed. Onward they went, through Hungary, through Bulgaria, through the provinces of the Greek Empire, everywhere committing excesses, everywhere treated as enemies by the incensed people, until the line of march was strewn with their dead bodies. Peter the Hermit sought to check their excesses, but in vain. And when at length a miserable remnant of them reached Constantinople, the Emperor Alexius hastened to convey them across the Bosphorus, to save the suburbs of his city from their ravages. In Asia Minor they were assailed by the Turks, and numbers of them slain. And when, in the spring of the next year, Godfrey de Bouillon and the other Crusader chiefs, with a real army of knights and men-at-arms, reached that locality, and marched to besiege Nicaea, the first important Turkish stronghold on their line of march, they saw coming to meet them a miserable band with every indication of woeful destitution, at whose head appeared Peter the Hermit. It was the handful of destitute wanderers that remained from the hundreds of thousands who had set out with such high hopes a year before. Thus began that great movement from Europe towards Asia, which was to continue for several centuries, and end at length in disaster and defeat. But we are concerned here only with Peter the Hermit and the conclusion of his career. He had set the flood in motion. How far was he to be borne on its waves? The chiefs of the army welcomed him with respect and consideration, and heard with interest and feeling his account of the misfortunes of those under his leadership, and how they were due to their own ignorance, violence, and insubordination. With the few who survived from the multitude, he joined the crusading army, and regained the ardent hopes which had almost vanished from his heart. The army that reached Nicaea is said to have been 600,000 strong, though they were probably not nearly so many. On they went with many adventures, meeting the Turks in battle, suffering from hunger and thirst, enduring calamities, losing many by death, until at length the great city of Antioch was reached and besieged. Here at first food was plenty and life easy, but the Turks held out. Winter came, provisions grew scarce, life ceased to be agreeable. Such was the discouragement that succeeded, that several men of note deserted the army of the Cross, among them Robert, Duke of Normandy, William, Viscount of Melun, called the Carpenter, from his mighty battle-axe, and Peter the Hermit himself. Their flight caused the greatest indignation. Tancred, one of the leaders, hurried after and overtook them, and brought them back to the camp, where they, overcome by shame, swore on the Gospel never again to abandon the cause of the Cross. In time Antioch was taken, and the Turks therein massacred. But unknown to the Crusaders, an immense army of Turks was being organized in Syria for its relief, and 4 days after its capture the Crusaders found themselves in their turn besieged, the place being completely enclosed. Day by day the blockade became more strict. Suffering from want of food began. Starvation threatened the citizens and the army alike. It seemed as if the crusade might end there and then, in the death or captivity of all concerned in it, when an incident, esteemed miraculous, roused the spirits of the soldiers and achieved their deliverance. A priest of Marseilles, Peter Bartholomew by name, presented himself before the chief and said that he had had a marvellous dream. St. Andrew had thrice appeared to him, saying, "Go into the church of my brother Peter at Antioch, and hard by the high altar thou wilt find, on digging up the ground, the head of the spear which pierced our Redeemer's side. That carried in front of the army, will bring about the deliverance of the Christians. The search was made, a spearhead was found, hope, confidence, enthusiasm were restored, and with loud shouts the half-starved multitude demanded that they should be led against the enemy. But before doing so, the chiefs decided to apprise the leader of the Turks of their intention, and for this purpose chose Peter the Hermit as their boldest and ablest speaker. Peter, therefore, under a flag of truce, sought the Turkish camp, presented himself without any mark of respect before Corbogha, the leader of the Turks, and his captains, and boldly told them the decision of the crusading chiefs. "They offer thee," he said, "the choice between diverse determinations, either that thou appear alone in person to fight with one of our princes, in order that, if victorious, thou mayst obtain all thou canst demand, or, if vanquished, thou mayst remain quiet. Or again, pick out diverse of thine who shall fight, on the same terms, with the same number of ours. Or lastly, agree that the two armies shall prove, one against the other, the fortune of battle." Corbogha received this challenge as an amusing jest, saying that the chiefs must be in a desperate state to send him such a proposition. "Go and tell these fools," he said, "that all whom I shall find in full possession of all the powers of the manly age shall have their lives, and shall be reserved by me for my master's service, and that all others shall fall beneath my sword as useless trees, so that there shall remain of them not even a faint remembrance. Had I not deemed it more convenient to destroy them by famine than to smite them with the sword, I should already have gotten forcible mastery of the city, and they would have reaped the fruits of their voyage hither by undergoing the law of vengeance." Corbogha spoke much too hastily. Before night of the next day he was a helpless fugitive, his army destroyed or dispersed. Peter the Hermit returned with his message, but by the advice of Godfrey de Bouillon he simply announced that the Turks desired battle, and that instant preparation for it must be made. On the next day the whole Christian army, armed and enthusiastic, issued from the city, a part of the clergy marching at their head, the miraculous spearhead borne before them, and attacked the Turks in their camp. The battle was long, fierce, and stubborn, but in the end the Turks gave way before the fury of Christian enthusiasm, and fled for their lives, vast multitudes of them being slain on the field, while the vainglorious Corbogha rode in all haste with a weak escort towards far-off Bagdad. The camp of the Turks was taken and pillaged. It yielded 15,000 camels and an unnamed multitude of horses. The tent of Corbogha proved a rich prize. It was laid out in streets, flanked by towers, in imitation of a fortified town, was everywhere enriched with gold and precious stones, and was so spacious that it would have contained more than 2,000 persons. It was sent to Italy, where it was long preserved. So great was the spoil that, says Albert of Aix, every crusader found himself richer than he had been at starting from Europe. In June 1099 the Crusaders arrived before Jerusalem, and saw with eyes of wonder and delight the vision of the Holy City which they had come so far to gaze upon. After a month of siege, the chiefs fixed a day for the grand assault, and on the day preceding that chosen the whole army marched, fasting, and preceded by their priests, in slow procession round the walls, halting at every hallowed spot, listening to the hymns and exhortations of their priests, and looking upward with wrathful eyes at the insults heaped by the Islamites upon the cross and other symbols of the Christian faith. "Ye see," cried Peter the Hermit, "the blasphemies of God's enemies. Now this I swear to you by your faith. This I swear to you by the arms you carry. Today these infidels are still full of pride and insolence, but tomorrow they shall be frozen with fear. These mosques, which tower over Christian ruins, shall serve for temples to the true God, and Jerusalem shall hear no longer aught but the praises of the Lord." His words were received with shouts of applause by the whole army. His had been the first voice to call Europe to the deliverance of the Holy City. Now, with a strong army to back him, he gazed on the walls of Jerusalem, still in the hands of the infidels, likely soon to be in the hands of the Christians. Well might he feel joy and self-gratification in thinking that all this was his work, and that he had been the apostle of the greatest event in modern history. On the next day, July 14th, 1099, the assault began at daybreak. On Friday, the 15th, Jerusalem fell into the hands of the Crusaders, and the mission of Peter the Hermit was accomplished. The Holy City was won. With that great day ended the active part played by Peter the Hermit in history. He was received with the greatest respect by the Christian dwellers in Jerusalem, who exerted themselves to render him the highest honours, and attributed to him alone, after God, their deliverance from the sufferings which they had so long endured. On his return to Europe he founded a monastery near Hue, in the diocese of Liege, where he spent the remainder of his life in retirement, respected and honoured by all, and died there on the 11th of July, 1115. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Historical Tales, Volume 6, French. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Historical Tales, Volume 6, French, by Charles Morris. Chapter 8 The Commune of Laon. The history of the kingdoms of Europe has a double aspect, that of the arrogant rule of kings and nobles, and that of the enforced submission and occasional insurrection of the common people, whom the governing class despised, while subsisting on the products of their labour, as a tree draws its nutriment from the base soil above which it proudly rises. Insurrections of the peasantry took place at times, we have said, though as a rule nothing was gained by them but blows and bloodshed. We have described such outbreaks in England. France had its share of them, all of which were speedily and cruelly suppressed. It was not by armed insurrection that the peasantry gained the measure of liberty they now possess. Their gradual emancipation was gained through unceasing protest and steady pressure, and in no sense by revolt and bloodshed. A different story must be told of the towns. In these the common people were concentrated and well organized, and possessed skilled leaders and strong walls. They understood the political situation, struck for a definite purpose, and usually gained it. The history of nearly every town in France tells of some such demand for chartered privileges, ordinarily ending in the freeing of the town from the tyranny of the nobles. Each town had its municipal government, the commune. It was this body which spoke for the burghers, which led in the struggle for liberty, and which succeeded in gaining for most of the towns a charter of rights and privileges. Many stirring incidents might be told of this fight for freedom. We shall confine ourselves to the story of the revolt of the Commune of Laon, of which a sprightly contemporary description exists. At the end of the 11th century, Laon was a bustling and important city. It was the seat of a cathedral, and under the government of a bishop, was wealthy and prosperous, stirring and turbulent, was the gathering place of the surrounding people, the centre of frequent disturbances. Thierry draws a vivid picture of the state of affairs existing within its walls. The nobles and their servitors, he says, sword in hand, committed robbery upon the burghers. The streets of the town were not safe by night, nor even by day, and none could go out without running a risk of being stopped and robbed or killed. The burghers in their turn committed violence upon the peasants who came to buy or sell at the market of the town. Truly, town life and country life alike were neither safe nor agreeable in those charming medieval days, when chivalry was the profession of all and the possession of none, when the nobility were courteous in word and violent in deed, and when might everywhere lorded it over right, and conscience was but another word for desire. As for the treatment of the peasantry by the townsmen, we may quote from Guibert, an abbot of Nogent-sous-Coucy, to whose lively pen we owe all we have to tell about Laon. Let me give as example, he says, a single fact, which, had it taken place among the barbarians or the Scythians, would assuredly have been considered the height of wickedness, in the judgment even of those who know no law. On Saturday, the inhabitants of the country places used to leave their fields and come from all sides to Laon to get provisions at the market. The townsfolk used then to go around the place carrying in baskets or bowls, or otherwise, samples of vegetables or grain, or any other article, as if they wished to sell. They would offer them to the first peasant who was in search of such things to buy. He would promise to pay the price agreed upon, and then the seller would say to the buyer, "Come with me to my house to see and examine the whole of the articles I am selling you." The other would go, and then, when they came to the bin containing the goods, the honest seller would take off and hold up the lid, saying to the buyer, "Step hither and put your head or arms into the bin to make quite sure that it is all exactly the same goods as I showed you outside." And then, when the other, jumping on to the edge of the bin, remained leaning on his belly, with his head and shoulders hanging down, the worthy seller, who kept in the rear, would hoist up the thoughtless rustic by the feet, push him suddenly into the bin, and clapping on the lid as he fell, keep him shut up in this safe prison until he had bought himself out. This has more the aspect of a practical joke than an act of barbarism; but withal, between the cheating of the peasantry by the burghers, the robbery of the burghers by the nobles, and the general turmoil and terror, there might have been found more delightful places of residence than the good city of Laon in the 11th century. The story of this city is a long one. We are here concerned with but one episode in the tale. In the year 1106, the bishopric of Laon, which had been for 2 years vacant, was bought by Gaudry, a Norman by birth, and a man of no very savoury reputation. He was a clergyman with the habits of a soldier. Hasty and arrogant in disposition, hurrying through the service of the Mass, and dallying with delight over narratives of fighting and hunting, one of the churchmen of wickedly worldly tastes of which those days presented so many examples. Laon soon learned something of the character of its new bishop. Not long was he in office before outrages began. He seized one man whom he suspected of aiding his enemies, and put out his eyes. Another was murdered in the church itself with his connivance. In his deeds of violence or vengeance he employed a black slave, imitating in this some of the Crusaders, who brought with them such servants from the East. No lawless noble could have shown more disregard of law or justice than this dignitary of the church, and the burghers of Laon viewed with growing indignation his lawless and merciless course. Taking advantage of the absence of Bishop Gaudry in England, the burghers bribed the clergy and knights who governed in his stead, and obtained from them the privilege of choosing their own rulers. The clergy and knights, we are told, came to an agreement with the common folk in hopes of enriching themselves in a speedy and easy fashion. A commune was set up, and given the necessary powers and immunities. Gaudry returned, and heard with fierce wrath of what had been done in his absence. For several days he stayed outside the walls, clouding and thundering. Then the burghers applied the same plaster to his wrath as they had done to the virtue of his representatives. They offered him money, enough to appease the tempest of his words. He accepted the bribe, and swore to respect the commune. This done, he entered the city in state. The burghers knew him somewhat too well to trust him. There were higher powers in France than Bishop Gaudry, which were known to be susceptible to the same mercenary argument. A deputation was therefore sent to King Louis the Fat at Paris, laden with rich presents, and praying for a royal confirmation of the commune. The king loved the glitter of cash. He accepted the presents, swore that the commune should be respected, and gave Laon a charter sealed with the great seal of the crown. All that the citizens were to do in return, beyond meeting the customary crown claims, was to give the king 3 lodgings a year if he came to the town, or in lieu thereof, if he failed to come, 20 livres for each lodging. For 3 years all went well in Laon. The burghers were happy in their security and proud of their liberty, while clergy and knights were occupied in spending the money they had received. The year 1112 came. The bishop and his subordinates had got rid of their money, and craved again the power they had sold. They began to consider how the citizens might once more be made serfs. They would not have hesitated long but for that inconvenient grant of Louis the Fat. But King Louis might be managed. He was normally avaricious. The bishop invited him to Laon to take part in the keeping of Holy Week, trusting to get his aid to overthrow the commune. The king came. The burghers were not long in suspecting the cause of his coming. They offered him some 400 livres to confirm them in their liberties. The bishop and his party offered him 700 livres to restore their power. The higher offer prevailed. The charter was annulled, and the magistrates of the commune were ordered to cease from their functions, to give up the seal and the banner of the town, and no more to ring the belfry chimes which indicated the beginning and the ending of their sessions. Wrath and uproar succeeded this decree. The burghers had tasted the sweets of liberty, and were not ready to lose their dearly bought independence. So violent were they that the king himself was frightened, and hastily left his hotel for the stronger walls of the episcopal palace. At dawn of the next day, partly in fear, and perhaps partly in shame, he departed from Laon with all his train, leaving the Easter festival to take place without him. It was destined to be a serious festival for Bishop Gaudry and his crew of base-souled followers. The king had left a harvest of indignation behind him. On the day after his going, all shops and taverns were kept closed, and nothing was sold. Everyone remained at home, nursing his wrath. The next day the anger of the citizens grew more demonstrative. A rumour spread that the bishop and grandees were busy calculating the fortunes of the citizens, that they might force from them the sum promised the king. The burghers assembled in burning indignation, and 40 of them bound themselves by oath to kill the bishop and all those who had aided him to destroy the commune. Some rumour of this got afloat, Anselm the archdeacon warned the bishop that his life was in danger, and urged him not to leave his house, and in particular not to accompany the procession on Easter Day. Thus Caesar had been warned, and had condemned the warning. Gaudry emulated him, and answered with a sneer of contempt, "Pooh! I die by the hands of such fellows?" Easter Day came. The bishop did not appear at matin or at the later church service, but lest he should be called coward, he joined the procession, followed by his clergy and domestics, and by a number of knights with arms and armour concealed under their clothes. Slowly through the streets moved the procession, the people looking on in glowering silence. As it passed a dark arch, one of the 40 rushed suddenly out, crying, "Commune! Commune!" No one joined him. The crowd seemed intimidated. Their feelings subsided in a murmur. The procession continued on its way undisturbed. The next day another procession took place. This day the bishop had filled the town with peasants, who were charged to protect his church, his palace, and himself. The people kept quiet. All went well. Bishop Gaudry, satisfied that the talk of danger was all a myth, now dismissed the peasants, feeling quite secure. "On the 4th day after Easter," says Guibert of Nogent, "my corn having been pillaged in consequence of the disorder that reigned in the town, I repaired to the bishop and prayed him to put a stop to this state of violence. 'What do you suppose,' said he to me, 'these fellows can do with all their outbreaks? Why, if my blackamoor John were to pull the nose of the most formidable amongst them, the poor devil durst not even grumble. Have I not forced them to give up what they called their commune for the whole duration of my life?' I held my tongue," adds Guibert. "Many folks besides me warned him of his danger, but he would not deign to believe anybody." For 3 days all kept quiet. The bishop and his myrmidons busied themselves in calculating how much cash they could squeeze from the people. The people lowered like a gathering storm. All at once the storm broke. A sudden tumult arose. Crowds filled the streets. "Commune! Commune!" was the general cry, as if by magic. Swords, lances, axes, bows, and clubs appeared in the hands of the people. With wild shouts of vengeance they rushed through the streets, and burst into the bishop's palace. The knights, who had promised to protect him, hastened thither, and faced the infuriated populace. The first 3 who appeared were hotly attacked, and fell before the axes of the burghers. The others held back. In a few minutes more flames appeared in the palace, and in no time it was a mass of seething fire. The day of vengeance had come. The bishop had fled to the church. Here, having no means of defence, he hastily put on the dress of one of his servants, and repaired to the church cellar, where were a number of empty casks. One of these he got into, a faithful follower then heading him in, and even stopping up the bunghole. Meanwhile the crowd were in eager quest for the object of their wrath. The palace had been searched before being set on fire. The church and all accompanying buildings now swarmed with revengeful burghers. Among these was a bandit named Tutgo, a fellow notorious for his robberies and murders of travellers, but now hand and glove with the commune. The bishop had named him Isengrin, the byword then for wolf. This worthy made his way into the cellar, followed by an armed crowd. Through this they went, tapping the casks as they proceeded. Tutgo halted in front of that in which the bishop was concealed. On what suspicion does not appear. "Knock in the head of this," he ordered. He was quickly obeyed. "Is there any one here?" he asked. "Only a poor prisoner," came a quavering voice from the depths of the cask. "Ha, ha!" laughed Tutgo. "So it is you, Master Isengrin, who are hiding here." Seizing the trembling bishop by the hair, he dragged him without ceremony from the cask. The frightened culprit fell on his knees and begged piteously for his life. He would do anything. He would give up the bishopric, yield them all the money he had, and leave the country. Insults and blows were the only replies. In a minute more the unfortunate man was dead. Tutgo, true to his profession, cut off his ring finger to obtain the episcopal ring that glittered on it. Stripped of its clothing, the body was hurled into a corner, and the furious throng flung stones and mud at it, as the only vent remaining to their revengeful passions. All that day and the night that followed, the armed and maddened townsmen searched the streets and houses of Laon for the supporters of the murdered bishop, and numbers of them shared his fate. Not the guilty alone, but many of the innocent perished before the blind wrath of the multitude. The progress of the fire, says Guibert, kindled on 2 sides at once, was so rapid, and the winds drove the flames so furiously in the direction of the convent of St. Vincent, that the monks were afraid of seeing all they possessed become the fire's prey, and all the persons who had taken refuge in this monastery trembled as if they had seen swords hanging over their heads. It was a day and night of frightful excess, one of those dread occasions which arise when men are roused to violence by injustice, and for the time break all the bonds of mercy and moderation which ordinarily control them. Regret at their insensate rage is sure to succeed all such outbreaks. Retribution is likely to follow. Consternation came to the burghers of Laon when calm thought returned to them. They had defied the king. What would he do? To protect themselves, they added to the burden of their offences, summoning to their aid Thomas de Maille, the son of Lord Enguerrand de Coucy, a man who was little better than a brigand, and with a detestable reputation for cruelty and ferocity. De Maille was not quite ready to undertake this task. He consulted his people, who declared that it would be folly for their small force to seek to defend such a city against the king. He thereupon induced the burghers to meet him in a field about a mile from the city, where he would make answer to their request. When they had come, he said, "Laon is the head of the kingdom. It is impossible for me to keep the king from making himself master of it. If you fear his arms, follow me to my own land, and you will find in me a protector and a friend." Their consternation was extreme at this advice. For the time being they were in a panic, through fear of the king's vengeance, and the conference ended in many of them taking the advice of the Lord of Marle, and flying with him to his stronghold. Tutco was among the number that accepted his protection. The news of their flight quickly spread to the country places around Laon. The story went that the town was quite deserted. The peasants, filled with hopes of plunder, hastened to the town, took possession of what empty houses they found, and carried off what money and other valuables they could discover. Before long, says Guibert, there arose between the first and last comers disputes about the partition of their plunder. All that the small folks had taken soon passed into the hands of the powerful. If two men met a third quite alone, they stripped him. The state of the town was truly pitiable. The burghers who had quitted it with Thomas de Maille had beforehand destroyed and burnt the houses of the clergy and grandees whom they hated, and now the grandees, escaped from the massacre, carried off in their turn from the houses of the fugitives all means of subsistence and all movables to the very hinges and bolts. What succeeded must be briefly told. The story of the events here described spread through the kingdom. Thomas de Maille was put under ban by the king and excommunicated by the church. Louis raised an army and marched against him. De Maille was helpless with illness, but truculent in temper. He defied the king, and would not listen to his summons. Louis attacked his castles, took two of them, Crécy and Nogent, and in the end forced him to buy pardon by a heavy ransom and an indemnity to the church. As for the burghers who had taken refuge with him, the king showed them no mercy. They had had a hand in the murder of Bishop Gaudry, and all of them were hung. The remaining story of Laon is too long for our space. The burghers continued to demand their liberties, and in 1128 a new charter was granted them. This they retained, except during some intervals, until that later period when the medieval system of municipal government came to an end, and all the cities and towns fell under the direct control of the deputies of the king. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Historical Tales, Volume 6, French. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Historical Tales, Volume 6, French, by Charles Morris. Chapter 9 How Big Ferré Fought for France. It was in the heart of the 100 Years' War. Everywhere France lay desolate under the feet of the English invaders. Never had land been more torn and rent, and never with less right and justice. Like a flock of vultures, the English descended upon the fair realm of France, ravaging as they went, leaving ruin behind their footsteps, marching hither and thither at will, now victorious, now beaten, yet ever plundering, ever desolating. Wherever they came, the rich were ruined, the poor were starved, want and misery stared each other in the face, happy homes became gaping ruins, fertile fields became sterile wastes. It was pandemonium of war, a frightful orgy of military license, a scene to make the angels weep and demons rejoice over the cruelty of man. In the history of this dreadful business we find little to show what part the peasantry took in the affair beyond that of mere suffering. The man-at-arms lorded it in France, the peasant endured. Yet occasionally this downtrodden sufferer took arms against his oppressors, and contemporary chronicles give us some interesting insight into brave deeds done by the tiller of the soil. One of these we propose to tell, a stirring and romantic one. It is half legendary, perhaps, yet there is reason to believe that it is in the main true, and it paints a vivid picture of those days of blood and violence which is well worthy of reproduction. In 1358 the King of Navarre, who had aided the English in their raids, suddenly made peace with France. This displeased his English allies, who, none the less, however, continued their destructive raids, small parties marching hither and thither, now victorious, now vanquished, an interminable series of minor encounters taking the place of large operations. Both armies were reduced to guerrilla bands, who fought as they met, and lived meanwhile on the land and its inhabitants. The battle of Poitiers had been recently fought, the King of France was a prisoner. There was no organization, no central power in the realm, and wherever possible the population took arms and fought in their own defence, seeking some little relief from the evils of anarchy. The scene of the story we propose to tell is a small stronghold called Longueuil, not far from Compiègne, and near the banks of the Oise. It was pretty well fortified, and likely to prove a point of danger to the district if the enemy should seize it and make it a centre of their plundering raids. There were no soldiers to guard it, and the peasants of the vicinity, Jacques Bonhomme, Jack Goodfellow, as they were called, undertook its defence. This was no unauthorized action. The Lord Regent of France and the abbot of the monastery of Saint Cornet de Compiègne, near by, gave them permission, glad, doubtless, to have even their poor aid in the absence of trained soldiery. In consequence, a number of the neighbouring tillers of the soil garrisoned the place, providing themselves with arms and provisions, and promising the regent to defend the town until death. Hither came many of the villagers for security, continuing the labours which yield them a poor livelihood, but making Longueuil their stronghold of defence. In all, there were some 200 of them, their chosen captain being a tall, finely formed man named William Alarx, aux Alouettes. For servant, this captain had a gigantic peasant, a fellow of great stature, marvellous strength and undaunted boldness, and withal of extreme modesty. He bore the name of Big Ferré. This action of the peasants called the attention of the English to the place, and roused in them a desire to possess it. Jacques Bonhomme was held by them in utter contempt, and the peasant garrison simply brought to their notice the advantage of the place as a well-fortified centre of operations. That these poor dirt-delvers could hold their own against trained warriors seemed a matter not worth a second thought. "Let us drive the base-born rogues from the town and take possession of it," said they. "It will be a trifle to do it, and the place will serve us well." Such seemed the case. The peasants, unused to war and lacking all military training, streamed in and out at pleasure, leaving the gates wide open, and taking no precautions against the enemy. Suddenly, to their surprise and alarm, they saw a strong body of armed men entering the open gates, and marching boldly into the courtyard of the stronghold, the heedless garrison gazing with gaping eyes at them from the windows and inner courts. It was a body of English men-at-arms, 200 strong, who had taken the unguarded fortress by surprise. Down came the captain, William Alarx, to whose negligence this surprise was due, and made a bold and fierce assault on the invaders, supported by a body of his men. But the English forced their way inward, pushed back the defenders, surrounded the captain, and quickly struck him to the earth with a mortal wound. Defence seemed hopeless. The assailants had gained the gates and the outer court, dispersed the first party of defenders, killed their captain, and were pushing their way with shouts of triumph into the stronghold within. The main body of the peasants were in the inner court, Big Ferré at their head, but it was beyond reason to suppose that they could stand against this compact and well-armed body of invaders. Yet they had promised the regent to hold the place until death, and they meant it. "It is death fighting or death yielding," they said. "These men will slay us without mercy. Let us sell them our lives at a dear price." Gathering themselves discreetly together, says the chronicler, they went down by different gates, and struck out with mighty blows at the English, as if they had been beating out their corn on the threshing floor. Their arms went up and down again, and every blow dealt out a mighty wound. Big Ferré led a party of the defenders against the main body of the English, pushing his way into the outer court where the captain had fallen. When he saw his master stretched bleeding and dying on the ground, the faithful fellow gave vent to a bitter cry, and rushed with the rage of a lion upon the foe, wielding a great axe like a feather in his hands. The English looked with surprise and alarm on this huge fellow, who topped them all in height by a head and shoulders, and who came forward like a maddened bull, uttering short, hoarse cries of rage, while the heavy axe quivered in his vigorous grasp. In a moment he was upon them, striking such quick and deadly blows that the place before him was soon void of living men. Of one man the head was crushed, of another the arm was lopped off, a third was hurled back with a gaping wound. His comrades, seeing the havoc he was making, were filled with ardour, and seconded him well, pressing on the dismayed English, and forcing them bodily back. In an hour, says the chronicler, the vigorous fellow had slain with his own hand 18 of the foe, without counting the wounded. This was more than flesh and blood could bear. The English turned to fly. Some leaped in terror into the ditches. Others sought to regain the gates. After them rushed Big Ferré, still full of the rage of battle. Reaching the point where the English had planted their flag, he killed the bearer, seized the standard, and bade one of his followers to go and fling it into the ditch, at a point where the wall was not yet finished. "I cannot," said the man, "there are still too many English there." "Follow me with the flag," said Big Ferré. Like a woodman making a lane through a thicket, the burly champion cleared an avenue through the ranks of the foe, and enabled his follower to hurl the flag into the ditch. Then, turning back, he made such havoc among the English who still remained within the wall, that all who were able fled in terror from his deadly axe. In a short time the place was cleared and the gates closed, the English, such of them as were left, making their way with all haste from that fatal place. Of those who had come, the greater part never went back. It is said that the axe of Big Ferré alone laid more than 40 of them low in death. In this number the chronicler may have exaggerated, but the story as a whole is probably true. The sequel to this exploit of the giant champion is no less interesting. The huge fellow whom steel could not kill was slain by water, not by drowning, however, but by drinking, and this is how it came to pass. The story of the doings at Longueuil filled the English with shame and anger. When the bleeding and exhausted fugitives came back and reported the fate of their fellows, indignation and desire for revenge animated all the English in the vicinity. On the following day they gathered from all the camps in the neighbourhood and marched in force on Longueuil, bent on making the peasants pay dearly for the slaughter of their comrades. This time they found entrance not so easy. The gates were closed, the walls well manned. Big Ferré was now the captain of Longueuil, and so little did he or his followers fear the assaults of their foes that they sallied out boldly upon them, their captain in the lead with his mighty axe. Fierce was the fray that followed. The peasants fought like tigers, their leader like a lion. The English were broken, slaughtered, driven like sheep before the burly champion and his bold followers. Many were slain or sorely wounded. Numbers were taken, among them some of the English nobles. The remainder fled in a panic, not able to stand against that vigorous arm and deadly axe, and the fierce courage which the exploits of their leader gave to the peasants. The field was cleared, and Longueuil again saved. Big Ferré, overcome with heat and fatigue, sought his home at the end of the fight, and there drank such immoderate draughts of cold water that he was seized with a fever. He was put to bed, but would not part with his axe, which was so heavy that a man of the usual strength could scarcely lift it from the ground with both hands. In this statement one would say that the worthy chronicler must have romanced a little. The news that their gigantic enemy was sick came to the ears of the English, and filled them with joy and hope. He was outside the walls of Longueuil, and might be assailed in his bed. 12 men-at-arms were chosen, their purpose being to creep up secretly upon the place, surround it, and kill the burly champion before aid could come to him. The plan was well laid, but it failed through the watchfulness of the sick man's wife. She saw the group of armed men before they could complete their dispositions, and hurried with the alarming news to the bedside of her husband. "The English are coming," she cried. "I fear it is for you they are looking. What will you do?" Big Ferré answered by springing from bed, arming himself in all haste, despite his sickness, seizing his axe, and leaving the house. Entering his little yard, he saw the foe closing covertly in on his small mansion, and shouted angrily, "Ah, you scoundrels, you are coming to take me in my bed. You shall not get me there. Come, take me here if you will." Setting his back against a wall, he defended himself with his usual strength and courage. The English attacked him in a body, but found it impossible to get inside the swing of that deadly axe. In a little while 5 of them lay wounded upon the ground, and the other 7 had taken to flight. Big Ferré returned triumphantly to his bed, but, heated by his exertions, he drank again too freely of cold water. In consequence, his fever returned more violently than before. A few days afterwards, the brave fellow, sinking under his sickness, went out of the world, conquered by water where steel had been of no avail. All his comrades and his country wept for him bitterly, for so long as he lived, the English would not have come nigh this place. And so ended the short but brilliant career of the notable Big Ferré, one of those peasant heroes who have risen from time to time in all countries, yet rarely have lived long enough to make their fame enduring. His fate teaches one useful warning, that imprudence is often more dangerous than armed men. We are told nothing concerning the fate of Langeais after his death. Probably the English found it an easy prey when deprived of the peasant champion, who had held it so bravely and well, though it may be that the wraith of the burly hero hung about the place, and still inspired his late companions to successful resistance to their foes. Its fate is one of those many half-told tales on which history shuts the door after revealing all that it holds to be of interest to mankind. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Historical Tales, Volume 6, French, by Charles Morris. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Bertrand du Guesclin. In the castle of Montbrun, near Rennes, France, there was born, about the year 1314, the ugliest child from Rennes to Dinan, as an uncomplimentary chronicle says. He was a flat-nosed, swarthy, big-headed, broad-shouldered fellow, a regular wretch, in his own mother's words, violent in temper, using his fist as freely as his tongue, driving his tutor away before he could teach him to read, but having no need to be taught to fight, since this art came to him by nature. At 16 he fled from home to Rennes, where he entered into adventures, quarrels, and challenges, and distinguished himself by strength and courage and a strong sense of honour. He quickly took part in the wars of the time, showed his prowess in every encounter, and in the war against Navarre won the highest honours. At a later date he engaged in the civil wars of Spain, where he headed an army of 30,000 men. In the end, the adventurers who followed him, Burgundian, Picard, Champagnese, Norman, and others, satisfied with their spoils, left him and returned to France. Bertrand had but some 1,500 men-at-arms remaining under his command, when a great peril confronted him. He was a supporter of Henry of Trastamare, who was favourable to France, and who had made him Constable of Castile. This was not pleasing to Edward III. of England. Don Pedro the Cruel, a king equally despised and detested, had been driven from Castile by the French allies of his brother Henry. Edward III. determined to replace him on the throne, and with this intent sent his son, the Black Prince, with John Chandos, the ablest of the English leaders, and an army of 27,000 men, into the distracted kingdom. A fierce battle followed on April 3, 1367. The ill-disciplined soldiers of Henry were beaten and put to rout. Du Guesclin and his men-at-arms alone maintained the fight, with a courage that knew no yielding. In the end they were partly driven back, partly slain. Du Guesclin set his back up against a wall, and fought with heroic courage. There were few with him. Up came the Prince of Wales, saw what was doing, and cried, "Gentle marshals of France, and you too, Bertrand, yield yourselves to me." "Yonder men are my foes," exclaimed Don Pedro, who accompanied the prince. "It is they who took from me my kingdom, and on them I mean to take vengeance." He came near to have ended his career of vengeance then and there. Du Guesclin, incensed at his words, sprang forward and dealt him so furious a blow with his sword as to hurl him fainting to the ground. Then, turning to the prince, the valiant warrior said, "Nathless, I give up my sword to the most valiant prince on earth." The prince took the sword, and turning to the Captal of Buch, the Navarrese commander, whom Bertrand had years before defeated and captured, bade him keep the prisoner. "Aha, Sir Bertrand," said the Captal, "you took me at the battle of Cocherel, and today I've got you." "Yes," retorted Bertrand, "but at Cocherel I took you myself, and here you are only my keeper." Pedro was restored to the throne of Castile, which he was not long to hold, and the Prince of Wales returned to Bordeaux, bringing him his prisoner. He treated him courteously enough, but held him in strict captivity, and to Sir Hugh Calverley, who begged that he would release him at a ransom suited to his small estate, he answered, "I have no wish for ransom from him. I will have his life prolonged in spite of himself. If he were released, he would be in battle again, and always making war." And so Bertrand remained in captivity until an event occurred, of which the chroniclers give us an entertaining story. It is this event which it is our purpose to relate. A day came in which the Prince of Wales and his noble companions, having risen from dinner, were amusing themselves with narratives of daring deeds of arms, striking love passages, and others of the tales with which the barons of that day were wont to solace their leisure. The talk came round to the story of how Saint Louis, when captive in Tunis, had been ransomed with fine gold, paid down by weight. At this point the prince spoke somewhat unthinkingly. When a good knight is made prisoner in fair feat of arms, he said, and sworn to abide prisoner, he should on no account depart without his master's leave. But one should not demand such portion of his substance in ransom as to leave him unable to equip himself again. The Sire de l'Ebrée, who was friendly to Du Guesclin, answered, "Noble sire, be not angry if I relate what I have heard said of you in your absence." "By my faith," said the prince, "right little should I love follower of mine, sitting at my table, if he heard a word said against my honour, and apprised me not of it." "Sire," answered he of l'Ebrée, "men say that you hold in prison a knight whose name I well know, whom you dare not deliver." "That is true," broke in Oliver de Clisson. "I have heard the same said." The prince heard them with a countenance that reddened with anger. "I know no knight in the world," he declared, "who, if he were my prisoner, I would not put to fair ransom, according to his ability." "How, then, do you forget Bertrand du Guesclin?" said l'Ebrée. The prince doubly changed colour on hearing this. He felt himself fairly caught, and after a minute's indecision, he gave orders that Bertrand should be brought before him. The knights who went in search found Bertrand talking with his chamberlain, as a relief to his weariness. "You are come in good time," he said to his visitors, and bade the chamberlain bring wine. "It is fitting that we should have good and strong wine," said one of the knights, "for we bring you good and pleasant tidings, with the best of good will." "The prince has sent us for you," said another. "We think you will be ransomed by the help of the many friends you have in court." "What say you?" answered Bertrand. "I have not a halfpenny to my purse, and owe more than 10,000 livres in this city, which has been lent me since I have been held prisoner here. I cannot well ask more from my friends." "How have you got rid of so much?" asked one of his visitors. "I can easily answer for that," said Bertrand with a laugh. "I have eaten, drunk, given, and played at dice. A little money is soon spent, but that matters not. If once free, I shall soon pay it. He who for my help lends me the keys of his money has it in the best of keeping." "Sir, you are stout-hearted," answered an officer. "It seems to you that everything that you would have must happen." "By my faith, you are right," said Bertrand heartily. "In my view, a dispirited man is a beaten and discomfited one." "Surely there is enchantment in your blood," rejoined the officer, "for you seem proof against every shock." Leaving Bertrand's chamber, they sought that in which was the prince and his companions. The prisoner was dressed in a rough grey coat, and bore himself with manly ease and assurance. The prince laughed pleasantly on seeing him. "Well, Bertrand, how are you?" he asked. "Sir, when it shall please you, I may fare better," answered Bertrand, bowing slightly. "Many a day have I heard the rats and mice, but it is long since I have heard the song of birds. I shall hear them when it is your pleasure." "That shall be when you will, Bertrand," said the prince. "I require you only to swear never to bear arms against me, nor these with me, nor to assist Henry of Spain. If you consent to this, we shall set you free, pay your debts, and give 10,000 florins to equip you anew. If you refuse, you shall not go." "Then, sir," answered Bertrand proudly, "my deliverance will not come to pass, for before I do this may I lie chained by the leg in prison while I live. With God's will I shall never be a reproach to my friends, but shall serve with my whole heart the good King of France, and the noble Dukes of Anjou, Berry, Burgundy, and Bourbon, whose subject I have been. But so please you, worthy prince, suffer me to go. You have held me too long in prison, wrongfully and without cause. Had I been free, I had intended to go from France to work out my salvation by fighting the Saracens." "Why, then, went you not straight without stopping?" asked the prince. "I will tell you," exclaimed Bertrand in a loud and fierce tone. "We found Peter, the curse of God confound him, who had long since thrice falsely murdered his noble queen, who was of the royal blood of France, and your own cousin. I stopped to take revenge for her and to help Henry, whom I believed to be the rightful king of Spain. But you, through pride and covetousness of gold and silver, came to Spain, thinking to have the throne after the death of Peter. In this you injured your own blood, and troubled me and my people, ruined your friends, and famished your army, and for what? After all this, Peter has deceived you by cheating and trickery, for he has not kept faith nor covenant with you. But for this, by my soul and faith, I thank him heartily." These bold words were listened to by the prince with a changeful face. Seldom had he heard the truth spoken so bluntly, or with such firm composure in the speaker. When he had ceased, the prince rose, and with a somewhat bitter laugh declared that on his soul Bertrand had spoken but the truth. The barons around repeated the same among themselves, and fixing their eyes on Bertrand, said, "A brave fellow, the Breton." "Whether this be truth or no, Bertrand," continued the prince, "you have rejected my offer, and shall not escape without a good ransom. It vexes me to let you go at all, for your king has none like you. But as men say that I keep you prisoner because I fear you, you shall go free on payment of sufficient ransom. Men shall learn that I neither fear nor care for you." "Sir, I thank you," said Bertrand, "but I am a poor knight of little name and small means. What estate I have is deeply mortgaged for the purchase of war horses, and I owe besides in this town full 10,000 florins. I pray you, therefore, to be moderate, and deliver me." "Where will you go, fair sir?" asked the prince. "Where I may regain my loss," answered Bertrand. "More than that I say not." "Consider, then," said the prince, "what ransom you will give me. What sum you name shall be enough for me." "I trust you will not stoop to retract your meaning," rejoined Bertrand, "and since you are content to refer it to my pleasure, I ought not to value myself too low. So I will give and engage by freedom for 100,000 double golden florins." These words roused the greatest surprise and excitement in the room. Many of those present started, and the prince changed colour as he looked around at his knights. "Does he mean to make game of me that he offers such a sum?" asked the prince. "I would gladly free him for the quarter." Then, turning again to Bertrand, who stood with impassive countenance, he said, "Bertrand, neither can you pay, nor do I wish, such a sum. So consider again." "Sir," answered Bertrand with grave composure, "since you wish not so much, I place myself at 60,000 double florins. You shall not have less if you but discharge me." "Be it so," said the prince. "I agree to it." Then Bertrand looked around him with glad eyes, and drew up his form with proud assurance. "Sir," he said, "Prince Henry may truly vaunt that he will die King of Spain, cost him what it may, if he but lend me half my ransom, and the King of France the other. If I can neither go nor send to these two, I will get all the spinstresses in France to spin it, rather than that I should remain longer in your hands." "What sort of man is this?" said the prince, aside to his lords. "He is startled by nothing, either in act or thought, no more than if he had all the gold in the world. He has set himself at 60,000 double florins, when I would have willingly accepted 10,000. The barons talked among one another, lost in astonishment. Bertrand stood aside, his eyes fixed quietly upon the prince. "Am I then at liberty?" he asked. "Whence shall the money come?" queried Chandos. "Trust me to find it," said Bertrand. "I have good friends." "By my faith," answered Chandos heartily, "you will have one of them here. If you need my help, thus much I say. I will lend you 10,000. "You have my thanks," answered Bertrand, "but before accepting your offer I will try the people of my own country." The confidence of the gallant soldier was not misplaced. Part of the sum was raised among his Breton friends, and King Charles V. of France lent him 30,000 Spanish doubloons. In the beginning of 1368 the Prince of Wales set him at liberty. The remaining story of the life of Du Guesclin is a stirring and interesting one. War was the only trade he knew, and he plunged boldly into it. First he joined the Duke of Anjou, who was warring in Provence against Queen Joan of Naples. Then he put his sword again at the service of Henry of Trastamare, who was at war once more with Pedro the Cruel, and whom he was soon to dethrone and slay with his own hand. But shortly afterwards war broke out again between France and England, and Charles V. summoned Du Guesclin to Paris. The king's purpose was to do the greatest honour to the poor but proud soldier. He offered him the high office of Constable of France, commander-in-chief of the army, and the first dignitary under the crown. Du Guesclin prayed earnestly to be excused, but the king insisted, and he in the end felt obliged to yield. The poor Breton had now indeed risen to high estate. The king set him beside himself at the table, showed him the deepest affection, and showered on him gifts and estates. His new wealth the free-handed soldier dispensed lavishly, giving numerous and sumptuous dinners, where, says his poet chronicler, "At Bertrand's plate gazed every eye, so massive, chased so gloriously." This plate proved a slippery possession. More than once he pledged it, and in the end sold great part of it to pay without fail the knights and honourable fighting men of whom he was the leader. The war roused a strong spirit of nationality through France. Towns, strongholds, and castles were everywhere occupied and fortified. The English marched through the country, but found no army in the field, no stronghold that was to be had without a hard siege. Du Guesclin adopted the waiting policy, and kept to it firmly against all opposition of lord or prince. It was his purpose to let the English scatter and waste themselves in a host of small operations and petty skirmishes. For 8 years the war continued, with much suffering to France, with no gain to England. In 1373 an English army landed at Calais, which overran nearly the whole of France without meeting a French army, or mastering a French fortress, while incessantly harassed by detached parties of soldiers. On returning, of the 30,000 horses with which they had landed, they could not muster more than 6,000 at Bordeaux, and had lost a full third of their men and more. There were seen noble knights, who had great possessions in their own country, toiling along afoot without armour, and begging their bread from door to door without getting any. Such were the happy results for France of the Fabian policy of the Constable du Guesclin. A truce was at length signed, that both parties might have time to breathe. Soon afterwards, on June 8, 1376, the Black Prince died, and in June of the following year his father, Edward III., followed him to the tomb, and France was freed from its greatest foes. During his service as Constable, Bertrand had recovered from English hands the provinces of Poitou, Guienne, and Auvergne, and thus done much towards the establishment of a united France. Du Guesclin was not long to survive his great English enemies. The king treated him unjustly, and he threw up his office of constable, declaring that he would seek Spain and enter the service of Henry of Castile. This threat brought the king to his senses. He sent the Dukes of Anjou and Bourbon to beg Du Guesclin to retain his office. The indignant soldier yielded to their persuasions, accepted again the title of Constable of France, and died 4 days afterwards, on July 13, 1380. He had been sent into Languedoc to suppress disturbances and brigandage, provoked by the harsh government of the Duke of Anjou, and in this service fell sick while besieging Châteauneuf-Randon in the Gévaudan, a fortress then held by the English. He died at 66 years of age, with his last words exhorting the captains around him never to forget that in whatsoever country they might be making war, churchmen, women, children, and the poor people were not their enemies. He won victory even after his death, so say the chronicles of that day. It is related that an agreement had been made for the surrender of the besieged fortress, and that the day fixed was July 14th, the day after Du Guesclin died. The new commander of the army summoned the governor to surrender, but he declared that he had given his word to Du Guesclin and would yield the place to no other. He was told that the constable was dead. "Very well," he replied, "I will carry the keys of the town to his tomb." And so he did. He marched out of the place at the head of the garrison, passed through the lines of the besieging army, knelt down before Du Guesclin's corpse, and laid the keys of Châteauneuf-Randon on his bier. And thus passed away one of the greatest and noblest warriors France had ever known, honoured in life and triumphant in death. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Historical Tales, Volume 6, French, by Charles Morris. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Joan of Arc, the Maid of Orleans. At the hour of noon, on a sunny summer's day in the year of our Lord 1425, a young girl of the little village of Domremy, France, stood with bent head and thoughtful eyes in the small garden attached to her father's humble home. There was nothing in her appearance to attract a second glance. Her parents were peasants, her occupation was one of constant toil, her attire was of the humblest, her life had been, hitherto, spent in aiding her mother at home or in driving her father's few sheep afield. None who saw her on that day could have dreamed that this simple peasant maiden was destined to become one of the most famous women whose name history records, and that this day was that of the beginning of her career. She had been born at a critical period in history. Her country was in extremity. For the greater part of a century the dreadful 100 Years' War had been waged, desolating France, destroying its people by the thousands, bringing it more and more under the dominion of the foreign foe. The realm of France had now reached its lowest depth of disaster, its king uncrowned, its fairest regions overrun, here by the English, there by the Burgundians, the whole kingdom in peril of being taken and reduced to vassalage. Never before nor since had the need of a deliverer been so vitally felt. The deliverer chosen of heaven was the young peasant girl who walked that summer noon in her father's humble garden at Domremy. Young as she was, she had seen the horrors of war. 4 years before, the village had been plundered and burnt, its defenders slain or wounded, the surrounding country devastated. The story of the suffering and peril of France was in all French ears. Doubtless little Joan's soul burned with sympathy for her beloved land as she moved thoughtfully up and down the garden paths, asking herself if God could longer permit such wrongs and disasters to continue. Suddenly, to her right, in the direction of the small village church, Joan heard a voice calling her, and, looking thither, she was surprised and frightened at seeing a great light. The voice continued. Her courage returned. It was a worthy voice, she tells us, one that could come only from angels. I saw them with my bodily eyes, she afterwards said. When they departed from me I wept, and would fain have had them take me with them. Again and again came to her the voices and the forms. They haunted her, and still the burden of their exhortation was the same, that she should go to France to deliver the kingdom. The girl grew dreamy. She became lost in meditation, full of deep thoughts and budding purposes, wrought by the celestial voices into high hopes and noble aspirations, possessed with the belief that she had been chosen by heaven to deliver France from its woes and to disconcert its enemies. The times were fitting for such a conception. Two forces ruled men's minds, ambition and trust in the supernatural. The powerful depended upon their own arms for aid, the weak and miserable turned to Christ and the Virgin for support. There were those who looked to see God in bodily person. His angels and ministers were thought to deal directly with man. It was an age in which force and fraud alike were dominant, in which men were governed in their bodies by the sword, in their souls by their belief in and dread of the supernatural, and in which enthusiasm had higher sway than thought. It was enthusiastic belief in her divine mission that moved Joan of Arc. It was trust in her as God's agent of deliverance that filled the soul of France with new spirit and unnerved her foes with enfeebling fears. Joan's mission and her age were well associated. In the 19th century she would have been covered with ridicule. In the 15th she led France to victory. 3 years passed away. Joan's faith in her mission had grown with the years. Some ridiculed, many believed her. The story of her angelic voices was spreading. At length came the event that moved her to action. The English laid siege to Orleans, the most important city in the kingdom after Paris and Rouen. If this were lost, all might be lost. Some of the bravest warriors of France fought in its defense, but the garrison was weak. The English were strong. Their works surrounded the walls. Daily the city was more closely pressed. Unless relieved, it must fall. "I must go to raise the siege of Orleans," said Joan to Robert de Baudricourt, commander of Vaucouleurs, with whom she had gained speech. "I will go, should I have to wear off my legs to the knee." "I must be with the king before the middle of Lent," she said later to John of Metz, a knight serving with Baudricourt, "for none in the world, nor kings, nor dukes, nor daughter of the Scottish king, can recover the kingdom of France. There is no help but in me. Assuredly I would far rather be spinning beside my poor mother, but this other is not my condition. But I must go and do my work, because my Lord wills that I should do it." "Who is your Lord?" asked John of Metz. "The Lord God." "By my faith," cried the knight, as he seized her hands, "I will take you to the king, God helping. When will you set out?" "Rather now than to-morrow, rather to-morrow than later," said Joan. On the 6th of March, 1429, the devoted girl arrived at Chinon, in Touraine, where the king then was. She had journeyed nearly 150 leagues, through a country that was everywhere a theatre of war, without harm or insult. She was dressed in a coat of mail, bore lance and sword, and had a king's messenger and an archer as her train. This had been deemed necessary to her safety in those distracted times. Interest and curiosity went before her. Baudricourt's letters to the king had prepared him for something remarkable. Certain incidents which happened during Joan's journey, and which were magnified by report into miracles, added to the feeling in her favour. The king and his council doubted if it were wise to give her an audience. That a peasant girl could succour a kingdom in extremity seemed the height of absurdity. But something must be done. Orleans was in imminent danger. If it were taken, the king might have to fly to Spain or Scotland. He had no money. His treasury, it is said, held only 4 crowns. He had no troops to send to the besieged city. Drowning men catch at straws. The people of Orleans had heard of Joan and clamoured for her. With her, they felt sure, would come superhuman aid. The king consented to receive her. It was the 9th of March, 1429. The hour was evening. Candles dimly lighted the great hall of the king's palace at Chinon, in which nearly 300 knights were gathered. Charles VII, the king, was among them, distinguished by no mark or sign, more plainly dressed than most of those around him, standing retired in the throng. Joan was introduced. The story, in which we cannot put too much faith, says that she walked straight to the king through the crowd of showily dressed lords and knights, though she had never seen him before, and said, in quiet and humble tones, "Gentle Dauphin." She did not think it right to call him king until he had been crowned. "My name is Joan the Maid. The King of Heaven sendeth you word by me that you shall be anointed and crowned in the city of Reims, and shall be lieutenant of the King of Heaven, who is King of France. It is God's pleasure that our enemies, the English, should depart to their own country. If they depart not, evil will come to them, and the kingdom is sure to continue yours." What followed is shrouded in doubt. Some say that Joan told Charles things that none but himself had known. However this be, the king determined to go to Poitiers and have this seeming messenger from heaven questioned strictly as to her mission, by learned theologians of the University of Paris there present. "In the name of God," said Joan, "I know that I shall have rough work there, but my Lord will help me. Let us go, then, for God's sake." They went. It was an august and learned assembly into which the unlettered girl was introduced, yet for 2 hours she answered all their questions with simple earnestness and shrewd wit. "In what language do the voices speak to you?" said Father Seguin, the Dominican. "A very sour man," says the chronicle. "Better than yours," answered Joan. The doctor spoke a provincial dialect. "Do you believe in God?" he asked sharply. "More than you do," answered Joan with equal sharpness. "Well," he answered, "God forbids belief in you without some sign tending thereto. I shall not give the king advice to trust men-at-arms to you, and put them in peril on your simple word." "In the name of God," replied Joan, "I am not come to Poitiers to show signs. Take me to Orleans, and I will give you signs of what I am sent for. Let me have ever so few men-at-arms given me, and I will go to Orleans." For a fortnight the questioning was continued. In the end the doctors pronounced in Joan's favour. 2 of them were convinced of her divine mission. They declared that she was the virgin foretold in the ancient prophecies, notably in those of Merlin. All united in saying that there had been discovered in her naught but goodness, humility, devotion, honesty, and simplicity. Charles decided. The maid should go to Orleans. A suit of armour was made to fit her. She was given the following of a war chief. She had a white banner made, which was studded with lilies, and bore on it a figure of God seated on clouds, and bearing a globe, while below were 2 kneeling angels, above were the words Jesu Maria. Her sword she required the king to provide. One would be found, she said, marked with 5 crosses, behind the altar in the chapel of Sainte Catherine de Fierbois, where she had stopped on her arrival in Chinon. Search was made, and the sword was found. And now 5 weeks were passed in weary preliminaries, despite the fact that Orleans pleaded earnestly for succour. Joan had friends at court, but she had powerful enemies, whose designs her coming had thwarted, and it was they who secretly opposed her plans. At length, on the 27th of April, the march to Orleans began. On the 29th the army of relief arrived before the city. There were 10,000 or 12,000 men in the train, guarding a heavy convoy of food. The English covered the approach to the walls, the only unguarded passage being beyond the Loire, which ran by the town. To the surprise and vexation of Joan, her escort determined to cross the stream. "Was it you," she asked Dunois, who had left the town to meet her, "who gave counsel for making me come hither by this side of the river, and not the direct way, over there where Talbot and the English are?" Yes, such was the opinion of the wisest captains, he replied. In the name of God, the counsel of my lord is wiser than yours. You thought to deceive me, and you have deceived yourselves, for I am bringing you the best succour that ever had knight or town or city, and that is the good will of God and succour from the King of Heaven. Not assuredly for love of me, it is from God only that it proceeds. She wished to remain with the troops until they could enter the city, but Dunois urged her to cross the stream at once, with such portion of the convoy as the boats might convey immediately. Orleans would count it for naught, he said, if they received the victuals without the Maid. She decided to go, and crossed the stream with 200 men-at-arms and part of the supplies. At 8 o'clock that evening she entered the city on horseback, in full armour, her banner preceding her, beside her Dunois, behind her the captains of the garrison and several of the most distinguished citizens. The population hailed her coming with shouts of joy, crowding on the procession, torch in hand, so closely that her banner was set on fire. Joan made her horse leap forward with the skill of a practised horseman, and herself extinguished the flame. It was a remarkable change in her life. 3 years before, a simple peasant child, she had been listening to the voices in her father's garden at Domremy. Now, the associate of princes and nobles, and the last hope of the kingdom, she was entering a beleaguered city at the head of an army, amid the plaudits of the population, and followed by the prayers of France. She was but 17 years old, still a mere girl, yet her coming had filled her countrymen with hope, and depressed their foes with dread. Such was the power of religious belief in that good medieval age. The arrival of the Maid was announced to the besiegers by a herald, who bore a summons from her to the English, bidding them to leave the land and give up the keys of the cities which they had wrongfully taken, under peril of being visited by God's judgment. They detained and threatened to burn the herald as a warning to Joan, the sorceress, as they deemed her. Yet such was their terror that they allowed the armed force still outside the city to enter unmolested through their entrenchments. The warning Joan had sent them by herald she now repeated in person, mounting a bastion and bidding the English in a loud voice to be gone, else woe and shame would come upon them. The commandant of the Bastille opposite, Sir William Gladsdale, answered with insults, bidding her to go back and mind her cows, and saying that the French were miscreants. "You speak falsely," cried Joan, "and in spite of yourselves shall soon depart hence. Many of your people shall be slain, but as for you, you shall not see it." Nor did he. He was drowned a few days afterwards, a shot from Orleans destroying a drawbridge on which he stood with many companions. What succeeded we may tell briefly. Inspired by the intrepid Maid, the besieged boldly attacked the British forts, and took them one after another. The first captured was that of St. Loup, which was carried by Joan and her troops, despite the brave defence of the English. The next day, the 6th of May, other forts were assailed and taken, the men of Orleans, led by Joan, proving irresistible. The English would not face her in the open field, and under her leadership the French intrepidly stormed their ramparts. A memorable incident occurred during the assault on the works south of the city. Here Joan seized a scaling ladder and was mounting it herself, when an arrow struck and wounded her. She was taken aside, her armor removed, and she herself pulled out the arrow, though with some tears and signs of faintness. Her wound being dressed, she retired into a vineyard to rest and pray. Discouraged by her absence, the French began to give way. The captains ordered the retreat to be sounded. "My God, we shall soon be inside," cried Joan to Dunois. "Give your people a little rest. Eat and drink." In a short time she resumed her arms, mounted her horse, ordered her banner to be displayed, and put herself at the head of the storming party. New courage inspired the French. The English, who had seen her fall, and were much encouraged thereby, beheld her again in arms with superstitious dread. Joan pressed on, the English retreated, the fort was taken without another blow. Back to Orleans marched the triumphant Maid, the people wild with joy. All through the night the bells rang out glad peals, and the Te Deum was chanted. Much reason had they for joy. Orleans was saved. It was on a Saturday that these events had taken place. At daybreak of the next day, Sunday, May 8th, the English advanced to the moats of the city as if to offer battle. Some of the French leaders wished to accept their challenge, but Joan ran to the city gates and bade them desist for the love and honor of Holy Sunday. "It is God's good will and pleasure," she said, "that they be allowed to get them gone if they be minded to go away. If they attack you, defend yourselves boldly. You will be the masters." An altar was raised at her suggestion, mass was celebrated, and hymns of thanksgiving chanted. While this was being done, the English turned and marched away, with banners flying. Their advance had been an act of bravado. "See," cried Joan, "are the English turning to you their faces, or verily their backs? Let them go. My lord willeth not there be any fighting this day. You shall have them another time." Her words were true. The English were in full retreat. The siege of Orleans was raised. So hastily had they gone that they had left their sick and many of their prisoners behind, while the abandoned works were found to be filled with provisions and military supplies. The Maid had fulfilled her mission. France was saved. History contains no instance to match this. A year before, Joan of Arc, a low-born peasant girl, had occupied herself in tending sheep and spinning flax, her hours of leisure being given to dreams and visions. Now, clad in armour and at the head of an army, she was gazing in triumph on the flight of a hostile army, driven from its seemingly assured prey by her courage, intrepidity, and enthusiasm, while veteran soldiers obeyed her commands, experienced leaders yielded to her judgment. Never had the world seen its like. The Maid of Orleans had made her name immortal. 3 days afterward, Joan was with the king at Tours. She advanced to meet him with her banner in her hand, her head uncovered, and making a deep obeisance over her horse's head. Charles met her with the deepest joy, taking off his cap and extending his hand, while his face beamed with warm gratitude. She urged him to march at once against his flying enemies, and to start without delay for Reims, there to be crowned, that her mission might be fulfilled. "I shall hardly last more than a year," she said, with prophetic insight. "We must think of working right well this year, for there is much to do." Charles hesitated. Hesitation was natural to him. He had many advisers who opposed Joan's counsel. There were no men, no money for so great a journey, they said. Councils were held, but nothing was decided on. Joan grew impatient and impetuous. Many supported her. Great lords from all parts of France promised their aid. One of these, Guy de Laval, thus pictures the Maid: "It seems a thing divine to look on her and listen to her. I saw her mount on horseback, armed all in white armour, save her head, and with a little axe in her hand, on a great black charger, which at the door of her quarters was very restive, and would not let out her mount. Then said she, 'Lead him to the cross,' which was in front of the neighbouring church on the road. There she mounted him without his moving, as if he were tied up, and turning towards the door of the church, which was very nigh at hand, she said, in quite a womanly voice, 'You priests and churchmen, make procession and prayers to God.' Then she resumed her road, saying, 'Push forward, push forward.' Push forward it was. The army was infected with her enthusiasm, irresistible with belief in her. On the 10th of June she led them to the siege of the fortified places which lay around Orleans. One by one they fell. On Sunday, June 12th, Jargeau was taken. Beaugency next fell. Nothing could withstand the impetuosity of the Maid and her followers. Patay was assailed. 'Have you good spurs?' she asked her captains. 'Ha! Must we fly, then?' they demanded. 'No, surely, but there will be need to ride boldly. We shall give a good account of the English, and our spurs will serve us famously in pursuing them.' The French attacked by order of Joan. 'In the name of God we must fight,' she said. 'Though the English were suspended from the clouds, we should have them, for God has sent us to punish them. The gentle king shall have to-day the greatest victory he has ever had. My council has told me that they are ours.' Her voices counselled well. The battle was short, the victory decisive. The English were put to flight. Lord Talbot, their leader, was taken. 'Lord Talbot, this is not what you expected this morning,' said the Duc d'Alençon. 'It is the fortune of war,' answered Talbot coolly. Joan returned to the king and demanded that they should march instantly for Reims. He hesitated still. His counsellors advised delay. The impatient maid left the court and sought the army. She was mistress of the situation. The king and his court were obliged to follow her. On June 29th the army, about 12,000 strong, began the march to Reims. There were obstacles on the road, but all gave way before her. The strong town of Troyes, garrisoned by English and Burgundians, made a show of resistance, but when her banner was displayed, and the assault began, she being at the head of the troops, the garrison lost heart and surrendered. On went the army, all opposition vanishing. On the 16th of July King Charles entered Reims. The coronation was fixed for the following day. Make good use of my time, Joan repeated to the king, for I shall hardly last longer than a year. In less than 3 months she had driven the English from before Orleans, captured from them city after city, raised the sinking cause of France into a hopeful state, and now had brought the prince to be crowned in that august cathedral which had witnessed the coronation of so many kings. On the 17th the ceremony took place with much grandeur and solemnity. Joan rode between Dunois and the Archbishop of Rheims, while the air rang with the acclamations of the immense throng. "I have accomplished that which my lord commanded me to do," said Joan, "to raise the siege of Orleans and have the gentle king crowned. I should like it well if it should please him to send me back to my father and mother, to keep their sheep and their cattle, and do that which was my wont." It would have been well for her if she had done so, for her future career was one of failure and misfortune. She kept in arms at the king's desire. In September she attacked Paris and was defeated, she herself being pierced through the thigh with an arrow. It was her first repulse. During the winter we hear little of her. Her family was ennobled by royal decree, and the district of Domremy made free from all tax or tribute. In the spring the enemy attacked Compiègne. Joan threw herself into the town to save it. She had not been there many hours when, in a sortie, the French were repulsed. Joan and some of the followers remained outside fighting, while the drawbridge was raised and the portcullis dropped by the frightened commandant. The Burgundians crowded around her. 20 of them surrounded her horse. One, a Picard archer, a tough fellow and mighty sour, seized her and flung her to the ground. She was a prisoner in their hands. The remaining history of Joan of Arc presents a striking picture of the character of the age. It is beyond our purpose to give it. It will suffice to say that she was tried by the English as a sorceress, dealt with unfairly in every particular, and in the end, on May 30th, 1431, was burned at the stake. Even as the flames rose, she affirmed that the voices which she had obeyed came from God. Her voice was raised in prayer as death approached, the last word heard from her lips being Jesus. "Would that my soul were where I believe the soul of that woman is," cried 2 of her judges, on seeing her die. And Tressart, secretary to Henry VI. of England, said, on his return from the place of execution, "We are lost, we have burned a saint." A saint she was, an inspired one. She died, but France was saved. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Historical Tales, Volume 6, French. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. The Career of a Knight-Errant. Medieval history would be of greatly reduced interest but for its sprightly stories of knights and their doings. In those days, when men clad in complete steel did their fighting with spear, sword, and battle-axe, and were so enamoured of hard blows and blood-letting that in the intervals of war they spent their time seeking combat and adventure, much more of the startling and romantic naturally came to pass than can be looked for in these days of the tyranny of commerce and the dominion of villainous saltpetre. This was the more so from the fact that enchanters, magicians, demons, dragons, and all that uncanny brood, the creation of ignorance and fancy, made knighthood often no sinecure, and men's haunting belief in the supernatural were frequently more troublesome to them than their armed enemies. But with this misbegotten crew we have nothing to do. They belong to legend and fiction, not to history, and it is with the latter alone that we are here concerned. But as more than one example has been given of how knights bore themselves in battle, it behooves us to tell something of the doings of a knight-errant, one of those worthy fellows who went abroad to prove their prowess in single combat, and win glory in the tournament at spear's point. Such a knight was Jacques de Lelong, the good knight without fear and without doubt, as his chroniclers entitle him, a Burgundian by birth, born in the Chateau of Lelong early in the 15th century. Jacques was well brought up for a knight. Literature was cultivated in Burgundy in those days, and the boy was taught the arts of reading and writing, the accomplishments of French and Latin, and in his later life he employed the pen as well as the sword, and did literary work of which specimens still survive. In warlike sports he excelled. He was still but a youth when the nephew of Philip the Good of Burgundy (Philip the Bad would have hit the mark more nearly) carried him off to his uncle's court to graduate in knighthood. The young adventurer sought the court of Philip well equipped for his new duties. His father, William de Lelong, having furnished him with 4 fine horses, a skilful groom, and a no less skilful valet, and also with some good advice to the effect that, inasmuch as you are more noble than others by birth, so should you be more noble than they by virtues; adding that few great men have gained renown for prowess and virtue, who did not entertain love for some dame or demoiselle. The latter part of the advice the youthful squire seemed well inclined to accept. He was handsome, gallant, bold, and eloquent, and quickly became a favourite with the fair sex. Nor was he long in gaining an opportunity to try his hand in battle, a squabble having arisen between Philip and a neighbouring prince. This at an end, our hero, stirred by his errant disposition, left Philip's court, eager, doubtless, to win his spurs by dint of battle-axe and blows of blade. In 1445 he appeared at Nancy, then occupied by the French court, which had escorted thither Margaret of Anjou, who was to be taken to England as bride to Henry VI. The occasion was celebrated by festivals, of which a tournament was the principal feature, and here the Burgundian squire, piqued at some disparaging remarks of the French knights, rode into the lists and declared his purpose to hold them against all comers, challenging the best knight there to unhorse him if he could. The boastful squire was richly adorned for the occasion, having already made friends among the ladies of the court, and wearing favours and jewels received at the hands of some of the fairest there. Nor was his boast an empty one. Not a man who faced him was able to hurl him from the saddle, while many of them left the lists with bruised bodies or broken bones. "What manner of man will this be," said the onlookers, "who as a boy is so firm of seat and strong of hand?" At the banquet which followed, Jacques was as fresh and gay as if newly risen from sleep, and his conquests among the ladies were as many as he had won among the knights. That night he went to his couch the owner of a valuable diamond ring given him by the Duchess of Orleans, and of a ring set with a precious ruby, the gift of the Duchess of Calabria. Verily, the squire of Burgundy had made his mark. The end of the year found our bold squire in Antwerp. Here, in the cathedral of Notre Dame, he met an arrogant Sicilian knight named Bonifacio, whose insolent bearing annoyed him. The Sicilian wore on his left leg a golden fetter ring, fastened by a chain of gold to a circlet above his knee, while his shield bore the defiant motto, "Who has fair lady, let him look to her well." Jacques looked at the swaggering fellow, liked his bearing but little, and touched his shield by way of challenge, saying, "Thine is an impertinent device." "And thou art but a sorry squire, though with assurance enough for a tried knight," answered the Sicilian. "That is to prove," said Jacques defiantly, "if my master, Duke Philip, will give me leave to fight, thou durst not deny me, being, as we are, on his Grace's territory." Bonifacio accepted the challenge, and as the Duke gave consent, a battle between squire and knight was arranged, Ghent being chosen the place of combat. 2 days it lasted, the first day's fight being a sort of horseback prelude to the main combat. In this the squire bore himself so well against his experienced antagonist that Duke Philip judged he had fairly won his spurs, and on the next day he was formally made a knight, with the accolade and its attendant ceremonies. This day the work displayed worthily followed the promising preface. After a preliminary bout with spears, the combatants seized their battle-axes and hewed at each other with the vigour of 2 woodmen felling a mighty oak. The edges of the axes being spoiled, the knights drew their well-tempered swords, and renewed the combat with the lustihood of the heroes of the Round Table, fighting so fiercely that it was not easy to follow the gleam of the swift flashing blades. In the end, the Burgundian proved himself more than a match for the Sicilian, driving him back, hewing rents in his armour, and threatening him with speedy death. At this stage of the affray, Duke Philip, at the request of the Duke of Orleans, flung his truncheon into the lists and ended the fight in time to save the Sicilian knight. His signal victory won Sir Jacques much fame. His antagonist was a man of mark, and the Burgundian knight gained from his prowess the appellation of the Good Knight, which he maintained throughout his career. He now determined to take up the profession of knight errant, travelling from court to court, and winning smiles and fame wherever lists were set up, or men of prowess could be found. But first he sought his home and the approval of his parents. "Go on thy way, with God's blessing," said his stout sire, who had cracked skulls in his day, and was proud of his doughty son. "Yes, go on thy way, Jacques," said his mother in milder tone, and with moist eyes. "I have put a healing ointment in thy valise, that will cure bruises. If thou shouldst break a bone, Heaven send thee a skilful surgeon." Into France rode Sir Jacques, well mounted, and with squire and page in his train. in search of adventures and opponents, eager for fame and profit. From his left arm, fastened by a chain of gold, hung a splendid helmet, which he offered as a prize to any knight who could overcome him in single combat. To this he added a diamond, which he agreed to present to any lady whom his victor should name. Whoever should first drop his axe in the combat was to bestow a bracelet on his opponent. To this Jacques added a singular stipulation, significant of queer doings in those days, that neither knight should be fastened to his saddle. For all else he put his trust in God and his own right arm, and in the aid that came to him from the love of the fair lady who had more power over him than aught besides throughout the entire world. Thus prepared, and thus defying, Sir Jacques rode through Paris and the other cities of France without meeting a knight ready to accept his challenge. This was due to the king, however, rather than to his knights. Charles VII. Had forbidden any of his chevaliers to fight the bold Burgundian, the fame of whose strength and prowess was already widespread. Through southern France, then in the hands of the English, rode our hero with the same fortune. Many were ready to meet him at the board, none in the field. Into Spain he passed on, still without an adversary, and sore in temper despite his pride and his reputation. At last, in the realm of the Dons, he found a knight ready to break lances with him in the field, out of pure duty to his much-loved lady, as he affirmed. This was Don Diego de Guzman, Grand Master of Calatrava, whom he met on the borders of Castile, and who at once accepted his challenge. Yet single combat in those days was not quite the easy affair we might imagine it, if we judged from fiction and legend. Before a knight could indulge in mortal affray, he was obliged to obtain the consent of his sovereign, provided that peace ruled between his country and that of his antagonist, as was the case between Spain and Burgundy. The King of Spain was absent. An answer could not be had immediately. While awaiting it, Sir Jacques rode into Portugal, followed by a splendid retinue, and offered an open challenge to the knights of that kingdom to take the field against him. His ride was almost a royal procession. The story of his one combat seemed to have gained Jacques world-wide fame. From the frontier to Lisbon he was met with a continuous ovation, and in the capital, where a ball was given in his honour, he was invited to open the dance with the Queen for a partner. And so it went, an abundance of merrymaking, unlimited feasting and dancing, but no fighting. Sir Jacques grew melancholy. He pleaded with King Alfonso. "I have had a turn in the dance with your queen," he said, "now let me have a tourney with your knights." "Burgundy is my good friend," answered the king, "and heaven forbid that a knight from that court should be roughly treated by any knights of mine." "By all the saints, I defy the best of them," cried the irate knight. "And so let it rest," said Alfonso placably. "Ride back to Castile, and do thy worst upon Guzman's hard head and strong ribs." There being nothing better to do, Jacques complied, and made his way to Valladolid, having learned that the King of Spain had graciously consented to the combat. The 3rd of February, 1447, was the day which had been fixed for the battle between the two knights, for the grace of God and the love of their ladies, and on the advent of that day the city named was so crowded with sport-loving Spaniards that its streets were barely passable. A great day in the history of knight-errantry was promised, and gentles and simples, lords and ladies alike, were anxious to see the spectacle. When the morning of the eventful day dawned, all was bustle and excitement in Valladolid, and multitudes gathered at the lists. The Burgundian was on the ground and ready by 10 o'clock, but it was 3 before Don Guzman appeared, and then he came armed with an axe so portentously long in the handle that the Spanish umpires themselves, anxious as they were for his success, forbade its use. Yet the truculent Don gave them no small trouble before he would consent to choose another. This done, the knights were conducted to their tents, which they were not to leave till the clarions had thrice sounded the signal of battle. Don Guzman, however, proved inconveniently brave and eager. At the first trumpet blast out he sprang, and muttered fiercely when ordered back. The second blast brought him out again, and this time the king himself sent him back with an ugly word. The third blast sounded. Out now flew both combatants. Battle-axe in hand, they made at each other, and soon the ring of axe on helmet delighted the ardent souls of the thousands of lookers-on. At length Diego's axe was hurled from his hand. Jacques, with knightly courtesy, threw down his, and an interval of wrestling for the mastery followed. Then they drew their swords, and assailed each other with undiminished fierceness. What might have been the result it is not easy to say. Sir Jacques had no carpet knight to deal with in Don Diego, but the king ended the business by throwing his truncheon into the lists, and refusing permission to the combatants to finish their fight on horseback as they wished. They thereupon shook hands, while the air rang with the shouts of the spectators. In the end, Don Guzman behaved well. He praised the skill and courage of his antagonist, and presented him with an Andalusian horse, covered with rich trappings. In this Jacques was not to be outdone. He sent the Don a charger of great beauty and value, whose coverings were of blue velvet embroidered in gold, and the saddle of violet velvet. Banquets and balls followed the combat, the combatants were feasted to their hearts' content, and Sir Jacques at length left the court of Spain loaded with presents and covered with honour. And now the good knight turned his steps homeward, challenging all champions as he went, but without finding an opponent. Feasting he found in abundance, but no fighting. Stopping at Montpellier, he became the guest of Jacques Coeur, silversmith and banker to Charles VII. His worthy host offered him money freely, and engaged to redeem any valuables which the wandering knight might have found it necessary to pawn. Sir Jacques thanked him, but said, "My good master, the Duke of Burgundy, provides all that is necessary for me, and allows me to want for nothing." Soon after, our errant knight reached Philip's court, where he was received with the highest honours. Then to his paternal castle he wended his way, to be welcomed by his proud parents as gladly as if he had won the Holy Grail. Dancing and rejoicing followed, in which all the neighbouring noble families participated, and many a fair damsel shed her smiles, in vain it seems, on the famous and heart-whole knight. We next hear of Jacques de Leland in 1449. In that year the Harold Charolais made his advent at the Scottish court, bearing a challenge from the Burgundian knight to the whole clan of the Douglases. James Douglas accepted the challenge, and Sir Jacques appeared in due time at Stirling, where a battle took place in which the Burgundian again came off the victor. From Scotland Jacques sought England, but failed to find in that kingdom any knight willing to accept his challenge. Yet he had but fairly got home again when an English knight, Sir Thomas Carr by name, appeared at the court of Philip the Good, and challenged Jacques de Leland to combat for the honour of Old England. As well may be imagined, this challenge was speedily accepted, the lists being set in a field near Bruges. The English knight was the heavier, but Jacques was the favourite, for once again he was fighting on his native soil. Fierce was the combat. It ended in the Burgundian's favour. Carr struck him with a blow on the arm with his battle-axe, which rendered that arm useless, it being paralysed or broken. But the valiant Jacques dropped his axe, closed with his foe, and with the aid of his one arm flung him to the ground, falling upon him. This ended the combat, the Burgundian being pronounced victor. But as he had been the first to drop his battle-axe, he presented Sir Thomas with a rich diamond, as he had agreed in his challenge. Jacques had been sorely hurt. His wound took a long time to heal. When his arm had grown strong again, he repaired to Châlons, where he opened a tournament of his own, in which he held the lists against all comers. This was in fulfilment of a vow which he had made, that he would appear in the closed lists 30 times before the completion of his 30th year. Much fighting was done, much blood spilt, and much honour gained by Sir Jacques. We cannot tell all that took place, but the noble tournament at Châlons was long afterwards the talk of the countryside. As for Sir Jacques, he was now at the height of fame, and Philip the Good, to do him the highest honour in his power, created him a knight of the illustrious Order of the Golden Fleece. Of his single combats afterwards we shall but speak of one fought at Brussels, in honour of the son of the Duke of Burgundy, then 18 years old. Jacques de Leland was selected to tilt with the young count, doubtless with the idea that he could be trusted not to harm him. In the first course that was run the count shattered his spear against the shield of Jacques, who raised his own weapon and passed without touching his adversary. This complaisance displeased the Duke, who sent word to the knight that if he proposed to play with his adversary he had better withdraw at once. They ran again. This time both splintered their spears, and both kept their seats, much to the delight of Duke Philip. On the next day the grand tourney came off. To behold it there were present no less than 225 princes, barons, knights, and squires. That day the youthful Count de Charolais acquitted himself nobly, breaking 18 spears, and possibly some bones, of his antagonists. He carried off the prize, which was bestowed upon him by the ladies of his father's court, and Duke Philip gloried in the prowess of his son. With that tournament ended the record of the single combats of Jacques de Leland. War followed, the Duke and his robber barons fighting against the rich cities of Belgium, and spoiling many of them. In those wars Sir Jacques took part. At length, in June 1453, siege was being made against the Château de Pouc, a stronghold against whose walls the Burgundians plied a great piece of artillery, an arm which was then only fairly coming into use. Behind this stood Sir Jacques, with a number of other nobles, to watch the effect of the shot. Just then came whizzing through the air a stone bullet, shot from a culverin on the walls of the castle, the artillerist being a young man of Ghent, son of Henry the Blindman. This stone struck Sir Jacques on the forehead, and carried away the upper half of his head, stretching him dead on the field. He was yet a young man when death thus came to him. Only 8 years before he had made his first appearance in the lists at Nancy. Philip the Good was infuriated when he heard of the loss of his favourite knight. He vowed that when the chateau was taken every soul in it should be hung from the walls. He kept his word, too, with a few exceptions, these being some priests, a leprous soldier, and a couple of boys. One of these lads made his way in all haste to Ghent, and not until well out of reach of the good Philip did he reveal the truth, that it was his hand which had fired the fatal shot. And so ended the life of our worthy knight errant, the prize fighter of an earlier day than ours, the main difference between past and present being that his combats were fought with battle-axe and sword instead of fists, and that his backers were princes, his admirers high-born ladies, instead of the low-lived class of bruisers who now support such knightly exhibitions. 4 centuries and more have passed since the days of Sir Jacques. It is to be hoped that long before another century has passed there will be an end of all single combats in civilized lands. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Historical Tales, Volume 6, French. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Historical Tales, Volume 6, French, by Charles Morris. Chapter 13. Louis the Politic and Charles the Bold. In the latter half of the 15th century, Europe had 2 notable sovereigns, Louis XI of France and Charles the Bold, or Charles the Rash, of Burgundy, the one famous in history for his intricate policy, and the other for his lack of anything that could be fairly called policy. The relations between these 2 men ranged from open hostility to a peace of the most fragile character. The policy of Louis was of the kind that was as likely to get him into trouble as out of it. The rashness and headstrong temper of Charles were equally likely to bring trouble in their train. In all things the 2 formed a strongly contrasted pair, and their adjoining realms could hardly hope for lasting peace while these men lived. The hand of Charles was ever on his sword. With him the blow quickly followed the word or the thought. The hand of Louis, the universal spider, as his contemporaries named him, was ever on the web of intrigue which he had woven around him, feeling its filaments, and keeping himself in touch with every movement of his foes. He did not like war. That was too direct a means of gaining his ends. It was his delight to defeat his enemies by combinations of state policy, to play off one against another, and by incessant intrigue to gain those ends which other men gained by hard blows. Yet it is possible for a schemer to overdo himself, for one who trusts to his plots and his policy to defeat himself by the very neatness and intricacy of his combinations, and so it proved on one occasion in the dealings between these 2 men. The incident which we propose to relate forms the subject of Canton d'Urward, one of the best-known novels by Sir Walter Scott, and is worth telling for itself, without the allurements of romance. Louis had a great idea of the influence he gained over people by his wits and his language, says one of his biographers. He was always convinced that people never said what ought to be said, and that they did not set to work the right way. He liked to owe success to himself alone, and had an inordinate opinion of his power, both of convincing and of deceiving people. In consequence, during one of his periods of strained relations with Charles of Burgundy, which his agents found it impossible to settle, this royal schemer determined to visit Charles in person, and try the effect on his opponent of the powers of persuasion of which he was so proud. It was as rash a project as Charles himself could have been guilty of. The fox was about to trust himself in the den of the angry lion. But Louis persisted, despite the persuasions of his counsellors, sent to Charles for a letter of safe conduct, and under its assurance sought the Duke of Burgundy in his fortified town of Péronne, having with him as escort only 80 of his Scotch guard and 60 men-at-arms. It was a mad movement, and led to consequences of which Louis had not dreamed. Charles received him civilly enough. Between rash duke and politic king there was every show of amity. But the negotiations went on no more rapidly now than they had done before, and soon came news which proved that Louis the Schemer had, for once at least, played the fool, and put himself in a position of the utmost danger. The policy of the royal spider had been stretched too far, his webs of plot had unluckily crossed. In truth, shortly before coming to Péronne, he had sent 2 secret agents to the town of Liège to stir the unruly citizens up to rebellion against the duke. Quite forgetting this trifle of treachery, the too hasty plotter had sought the duke's stronghold with the hope of placating him with well-concocted lies and a smooth tongue. Unluckily for him, his agents did not forget their orders. The Liégeois broke out into rebellion under the insidious advice of the French king's agents, advanced and took the town of Tongres, killed some few people, and made prisoner there the Bishop of Liège and the Lord of Humbercourt. The fugitives who brought this news to Péronne made the matter even worse than this, reporting that the bishop and lord had probably been killed. Charles believed them and broke into a fury that augured badly for his guest. "So the king came here only to deceive me," he burst out. "It is he who by his ambassadors excited these bad folks of Liège. By St. George, they shall be severely punished for it, and he himself shall have cause to repent." The measures taken by the incensed duke were certainly threatening. The gates of the town and castle were closed and guarded by archers. Louis was to all intents and purposes a prisoner, though the duke, a little ashamed perhaps of his action, affirmed that his purpose was to recover a box of gold and jewels that had been stolen from him. The den of the lion had closed on the fox. Now was the time for the fox to show his boasted wit, for his position was one of danger. That rash-headed Duke of Burgundy was never the man to be played with, and in his rage was as perilous as dynamite. It was, in truth, an occasion fitted to draw out all the quickness and shrewdness of mind of Louis, those faculties on which he prided himself. To gain friends in the castle, he bribed the household of the duke. As for himself, he remained quiet and apparently easy and unsuspicious, while alertly watchful to avail himself of any opportunity to escape from the trap into which he had brought himself. During the 2 days that succeeded, the rage of Charles cooled somewhat. Louis had offered to swear a peace, to aid Charles in punishing the Liégeois for their rebellion, and to leave hostages for his good faith. This the angry duke at first would not listen to. He talked of keeping Louis as a prisoner, and sending for Prince Charles, his brother, to take on himself the government of France. The messenger was ready for this errand, his horse in the courtyard, the letters written. But the duke's counsellors begged him to reflect. Louis had come under his safe conduct, his honour was involved. Such an act would be an eternal reproach to Burgundy. Charles did reflect, and slowly began to relent. He had heard again from Liège. The affair was not so bad as he had been told. The bishop and lord had been set free. The violent storm in the duke's mind began to subside. Early in the next day, the irate duke entered the chamber of the castle in which he held his royal guest a prisoner. The storm had fallen, but the waves still ran high. There was courtesy in his looks, but his voice trembled with anger. The words that came from his lips were brief and bitter. There was threat in his manner. Louis looked at him with more confidence than he felt. "Brother," he said, "I am safe, am I not, in your house and your country?" "Yes," answered the duke, with an effort at self-repression. "So safe that if I saw an arrow from a bow coming towards you, I would throw myself in the way to protect you. But will you not be pleased to swear to the treaty, just as it is written?" "Yes, and I thank you for your good will," said Louis, heartily. "And will you not be pleased to come with me to Liège to help me punish the treason committed against me by these Liégeois, all through you and your journey hither? The bishop is your near relative of the house of Bourbon." "Yes, Pac Dieu!" replied Louis. "I am much astounded by their wickedness. But let us begin by swearing this treaty, and then I will start with as many or as few of my people as you please." "My brother the fox is over-willing," may have been the thought that passed through the duke's mind. "He is ready to lose his foot to get his body out of the trap." But whatever his thoughts, in action he took prompt measures to bind the slippery king to his promise. From Louis's boxes was produced the cross of St. Laud, claimed to be made of the wood of the true cross, and so named because it was usually kept in the church of St. Laud, at Angers. It was said to have belonged to Charlemagne, and Louis regarded it as the most sacred of relics. On this the king swore to observe the treaty, though it contained clauses to which he would not have assented under other circumstances. The document was immediately signed. Louis, for the first moment since learning of his almost fatal blunder, breathed at ease. As for the second part of his promise, that of helping Charles to punish the townsmen whom he had himself stirred to rebellion, it little troubled his conscience, if he possessed any sentiment that could properly be denominated by this name. On the day after the signing of the treaty, the two princes set out together. Charles was followed by his army, Louis by his modest bodyguard, which had been augmented by 300 men-at-arms just arrived from France. On the 27th of October, 1468, they arrived at the rebellious city. There seemed no trouble to get into it, no wall or ditch surrounded it. The Duke had previously deprived it of these obstacles to his armies. But an obstacle remained in the people, who could not easily be brought to believe that the King of France and the Duke of Burgundy, those fire and water-like potentates, were true allies. The thing seemed impossible. Louis was their friend, and would certainly strike for them. They made a sortie from the city, shouting, "Hurrah for the king! Hurrah for France!" To their consternation, they saw Louis and Duke Charles together at the head of the advancing army, the king wearing in his hat the cross of St. Andrew of Burgundy, his false voice shouting, "Hurrah for Burgundy!" The surprise of the Liégeois was shared by many of the French, whose sense of national honour was shocked to see so utter a lack of pride, and so open a display of treachery in their monarch. They had not deemed his boasted policy capable of such baseness. Louis afterwards excused himself with the remark, "When pride rides before, shame and hurt follow close after," a saying very pretty as a politic apothegm, but not likely to soothe the wounded pride of France. The treachery of Louis roused a different feeling in the hearts of the Liégeois, that of indignation. They determined to defend their city, despite its lack of ramparts, and met the advancing army with such spirit that it was obliged to convert its assault into a siege. Night after night the Burgundian army was troubled by the bold sorties of the citizens. In one of these the Duke and King both were in danger of capture. At 10 o'clock one night, about 600 well-armed men made a sudden assault upon the Duke's quarters. They were ill defended. Charles was in bed. Only 12 archers were on guard, and these were playing at dice. The assault came with startling suddenness. The archers seized their arms, but had great difficulty in defending the doorway. Charles hastened to put on breastplate and helmet and to join them, but only the opportune arrival of aid saved him from being seized in the midst of his army. Louis ran a similar danger. His quarters had simultaneously been attacked. Luckily for him, his Scotch guardsmen were more ready than those of Burgundy. They repulsed the attack with little heed whether their arrows killed hostile Liégeois or friendly Burgundians. As for the assailants, they found it easier to get into the French camp than out of it. They were killed almost to a man. On the next day the Duke and his councillors determined on an assault. The king was not present, and when he heard of it he did not favour the plan. "You have seen the courage of these people," he remarked. "You know how murderous and uncertain is street fighting. You will lose many brave men to no purpose. Wait 2 or 3 days, and the Liégeois will certainly come to terms." Most of the Burgundian captains were of the same opinion. The Duke, whose rash spirit could ill brook opposition, grew angry. "He wishes to spare the Liégeois," he angrily exclaimed. "What danger is there in this assault? There are no walls. They cannot put a single gun in position. I certainly will not give up the assault. If the king is afraid, let him get gone to Namur." This insult to the king, which shocked the Burgundians themselves, was repeated to him, and received in silence. He had made up his mind to drain the cup of humiliation to the dregs. The next day, October 30th, the assault was made, Charles at the head of his troops. Louis came up to join him. "Bide your time," said Charles. "Put not yourself uselessly in danger. I will send you word when it is time." "Lead on, brother," answered Louis. "You are the most fortunate prince alive. I will follow you." On they marched, into, as it proved, an undefended city. The Liégeois had been discouraged by the fall of many of their bravest men. It was Sunday. No attack was looked for. The cloth was laid in every house, and all were preparing for dinner. The Burgundians moved through empty streets, Louis following with his own escort, and shouting, "Hurrah for Burgundy!" By midday the vengeance of Charles was complete. The town had been pillaged, there was nothing left to take in house or church, many a floor was stained with blood. Liège, for the time, was ruined. As for the arch deceiver to whom all this was due, he completed his work of baseness by loading the Duke with praises, his tone and manner so courteous and amiable that Charles lost the last shreds of his recent anger. "Brother," said the king the next day, "if you still need my help, do not spare me; but if you have nothing more for me to do, it would be well for me to go back to Paris, to make public in my court of Parliament the arrangement we have come to together. Otherwise it would risk becoming of no avail. You know that such is the custom of France. Next summer we must meet again. You will come into your duchy of Burgundy, and I will go and pay you a visit, and we will pass a week joyously together in making good cheer." It may be that this smooth speech was accompanied by a mental commentary: "Let me once get from under your claws, my playful tiger, and I will not be fool enough to put myself back there again." But if so, nothing of the kind appeared on his face. Charles made no answer. He sent for the treaty, and left it to the king to confirm or renounce it as he would. Louis expressed himself as fully satisfied with its terms, and on the next day, November 2nd, set out on his return to France. Charles kept him company for some distance. On parting, the king said: "If my brother Charles, who is in Brittany, should not be content with the assignment which I, for love of you, have made him, what would you have me do?" "If he do not please to take it, but would have you otherwise satisfy him, I leave that to the two of you to settle," said Charles. With these words he turned back, leaving Louis to pursue his way free once more, after having passed the most trying 3 weeks of his life. That the fox kept faith with the lion, or the lion with the fox, is not to be looked for. New disputes broke out, new battles were fought, not now in alliance, and the happiest day in the life of Louis XI. Was that in which he heard that Charles of Burgundy, the constant thorn in his chaplet, had fallen on the fatal field of Nancy, and that France was freed from the threatening presence of the bold and passionate duke. End of Chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Historical Tales, Volume 6, French. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Historical Tales, Volume 6, French, by Charles Morris. Chapter 14. Charles the Bold and the Swiss. On the 6th of February, 1476, Duke Charles of Burgundy marched from Besançon to take the field against the Swiss, between whom and Burgundy hostilities had broken out. There were 3 parties to this war, Louis XI. Being the third. That politic monarch had covertly stirred up the Swiss to their hostile attitude, promised them aid in money, if not in men, and now had his secret agents in both camps, and kept himself in readiness to take advantage of every circumstance that might be turned to his own benefit. Leaving Tours, he went to Lyons, that he might be within easy distance of the seat of war. And not long had he been there before news of the most gratifying character came to his ears. Duke Charles had met the foe, but we anticipate. The army of Burgundy was a powerful one, having not less than 30,000 or 40,000 men, and a strong train of artillery. It was followed, as was Charles's fashion in making war, with an immense baggage train. Personally, his habits were simple and careless, but he loved to display his riches and magnificence, and made his marches and encampments as much scenes of festival as of war. What this showy duke wanted from their poor cities and barren country, the Swiss could not very well see. The spurs and the horses' bits in his army are worth more money than the whole of us could pay in ransom if we were all taken, they said. Without regard to this, Charles marched on, and on February 19th reached Grandson, a little town in the district of Vaud. Here fighting had taken place, and hither soon came the Swiss battalions. Powerful fellows they were, bold and sturdy, and animated with the highest spirit of freedom. On they marched, timing their long strides to the lowings of the bull of Uri and the cow of Unterwalden, 2 great trumpets of buffalo horn, which, as was claimed, Charlemagne had given to their ancestors. Against these compact battalions, armed with spears 18 feet long, the squadrons of Burgundy rode in vain. Their lines were impregnable, their enemies fell in numbers. In the end, the whole Burgundian army, seized with panic, broke and fled like smoke before the northern blast. So sudden and complete was the defeat, that Charles himself had to take flight with only 5 horsemen for escort, and with such haste that everything was left in the hands of the foe: camp, artillery, treasure, the Duke's personal jewels, even his very cap with its garniture of precious stones, and his collar of the golden fleece. The Swiss were as ignorant of the value of their booty as they were astonished at the completeness of their victory. Jewels, gold, silver, rich hangings, precious tapestry, had little value in their eyes. They sold the silver plate for a few pence, taking it for pewter. The silks and velvets found in the baggage wagons of the Duke, the rich cloth of gold and damask, the precious Flanders lace and Arras carpets, were cut in pieces and distributed among the peasant soldiers as if they had been so much common canvas. Most notable of all was the fate of the great diamond of the Duke, which had once glittered in the crown of the Great Mogul, and was of inestimable value. This prize was found on the road inside a little box set with fine pearls. The man who picked it up thought the box pretty and worth keeping, but saw no use for that bit of shining glass inside. He threw this contemptuously away. Afterwards he thought it might be worth something, to be so carefully kept, and went back to look for it. He found it under a wagon, and sold it to a clergyman in the neighbourhood for a crown. This precious stone, one of the few great diamonds in the world, is now in the possession of the Emperor of Austria, its value enhanced to him, it may be, by its strange story. There was only one thing in this event that did not please Louis XI, that Charles had left the field alive. He sent him advice, indeed, to let those poor folks, but hard fighters of the Alps, alone, well convinced that the fiery Duke would not take his counsel. In truth, Charles, mad with rage, ordered that all the soldiers who had fled from the field should be put to death, and that the new recruits to be raised should be dealt with in the same manner if they did not march to his camp with all haste. It cannot be said that this insane command was obeyed, but so intense was his energy, and so fierce his rage against the Swiss, that in no great time he had a fresh army of from 25,000 to 30,000 men, composed of Burgundians, Flemings, Italians, and English. Late in May he was again on the march, with much less parade and display than before, and on the 10th of June pitched his camp before the little town of Morat, 6 leagues from Berne. Everywhere as he went he left word that it was war to the death on which he was bent. His pride had been bitterly wounded. He vowed to heal it in the blood of his foes. The Swiss were preparing with all haste, and advancing to Berne. The governor of Morat sent them word to be at ease concerning him. "I will defend Morat," he said, and to garrison and people he swore that he would hang the first who spoke of surrender. For 10 days he had held out against Charles's whole army, while his countrymen were gathering. The men of Zurich were the last to reach Berne. On the 21st of June, in the evening, the Swiss encamped near their foes. "Have those hounds lost heart, pray?" the Duke had just said. "I was told that we were about to get at them." His wish was to be gratified in a way he had not meant. They were about to get at him. The next day, June 22nd, opened with a pelting rain. Later the sun burst through the clouds. With its first beams the Swiss were in motion, marching on the camp of their foes. A man-at-arms hurried to the Duke's tent and told him that the Swiss were coming, and that they had attacked the lines. He declared the story was a lie, and drove the messenger with an insulting reproof from his tent. What, these base peasants, to attack his army? The thing was incredible. For all that, he left the tent and hurried to the point indicated. It was true. They had attacked, and were already driving back his men. Charles rallied them as best as he could. The battle was desperate. All the remainder of the day it continued, but before nightfall the Swiss were everywhere victorious, the Burgundians everywhere beaten. Charles had still 3,000 horsemen, but they too broke before the fierce charges of the Swiss, and in the end he escaped with difficulty, having but a dozen men at his back, and leaving 8,000 or 10,000 of his soldiers dead on the field, the greater part of them killed after the fight by the relentlessly furious Swiss. Charles, obstinate, furious, wild with rage, sought to collect another army, but failed. No men could be found willing to bear arms against those terrible Swiss. He shut himself up for weeks in one of his castles, dismayed, inconsolable, heated with passion, ready to crush the world if his hand could have grasped it, a sorry spectacle of disappointed ambition and overthrown pride. Other enemies rose against him. René II, Duke of Lorraine, whom he had robbed of his dominions and driven from Nancy, now saw an opportunity to recover his heritage. He had been wandering like a fugitive from court to court. Before Morat, he had joined the Swiss and helped them to their victory. Now, gathering a force, he re-entered his duchy, besieged Nancy, then feebly garrisoned, and pressed it hard. The governor sent messengers to Duke Charles asking for aid. He received none. The duke did not even reply to him. He seemed utterly dispirited. In this emergency the governor surrendered, and René had his own again. Yet at that very moment Charles the Bold, throwing off his apathy, was marching upon Lorraine with a small army which he had hastily collected. On the 22nd of November, 1476, he reached Nancy, which was once more besieged. At his approach Duke René left the town, but left it well garrisoned. He went in search of reinforcements. These he found in Switzerland, the agents of Louis XI promising them good pay, while their hatred of Charles made them full ready for the service. On January 4th, 1477, René, having led his new army to Lorraine, found himself face to face with the army of Charles the Bold, who was still besieging Nancy. Charles held counsel with his captains. "Well," he said, "since these drunken scoundrels are upon us, and are coming here to look for meat and drink, what ought we to do?" "Fall back," was the general opinion. "They outnumber us. We should recruit our army. Duke René is poor. He will not long be able to bear the expense of the war, and his allies will leave him as soon as his money is gone. Wait but a little, and success is certain." The duke burst into one of his usual fits of passion. "My father and I," he cried, "knew how to thrash these Lorrainers, and we will make them remember it. By St. George, I will not fly before a boy, before René of Vaudemont, who is coming at the head of this scum. He has not so many men with him as people think. The Germans have no idea of leaving their stoves in winter. This evening we will deliver the assault against the town, and tomorrow we will give battle." He did give battle on the morrow, his last, as it proved. The fray did not last long, nor was the loss of life in the field great. But the Burgundians broke and fled, and the pursuit was terrible, the Lorrainers and their Swiss and German allies pursuing hotly, and killing all they found. René entered Nancy in triumph, and relieved the citizens from the famine from which they had long suffered. To show him what they had endured in his cause, there were piled up before his door the heads of the horses, dogs, mules, cats, and other unclean animals which had for several weeks past been the only food of the besieged. The battle over, the question arose, what had become of the Duke of Burgundy? None could answer. Some said a servant had carried him wounded from the field, others that a German lord held him prisoner. But a page soon appeared who said he had seen him fall, and could lead to the spot. He did so, conducting a party to a pond near the town, where, half buried in the mud, lay several dead bodies lately stripped. Among the searchers was a poor washerwoman, who, seeing the glitter of a ring on the finger of one of the corpses, turned it over and cried, "Ah, my prince!" All rushed to the spot. The body was examined with care. There was no doubt. It was that of Charles of Burgundy. His rash and violent disposition had at length borne the fruit that might have been anticipated, and brought him to an end which gave the highest satisfaction to many of his foes, and to none more than to Louis XI of France. He was buried with great pomp by the order of Duke René. In 1550 the Emperor Charles V, his great-grandson, had his body taken to Bruges, and placed on the tomb the following inscription: "Here lieth the most high, mighty, and magnanimous prince, Charles, Duke of Burgundy, the which, being mightily endowed with strength, firmness, and magnanimity, prospered a while in high enterprises, battles, and victories, as well at Montlhéry, in Normandy, in Artois, and in Liège, as elsewhere, until fortune, turning her back on him, thus crushed him before Nancy." Today it might be written on his tomb, "His was a fitting end to a violent, lawless, and bloodthirsty career." End of Chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Historical Tales, Volume 6, French. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Historical Tales, Volume 6, French, by Charles Morris. Chapter 15. Bayard, the Good Knight. Good knights were abundant in the romance of the age of chivalry. They seem to have been greatly lacking in its history. Of knights without fear there were many. Of knights without fear and without reproach we are specially told of but one, Pierre du Terray, Chevalier de Bayard, Le Chevalier sans peur et sans reproche. Many are the stories of the courage, the justice, the honor, the mercy, and the intrepidity in war, the humanity and kindliness of spirit in peace, which make this admirable character an anomaly in that age of courteous appearance and brutal reality called the age of chivalry. One such story we have to tell. The town of Brescia had been taken by the French army under Gaston de Foix, and given up to pillage by his troops, with all the horrors which this meant in that day of license and inhumanity. Bayard took part in the assault on the town, and was wounded therein, so severely that he said to his fellow captain, the Lord of Molard, "Comrade, march your men forward. The town is ours. As for me, I cannot pull on farther, for I am a dead man." Not quite dead, as it proved. He had many years of noble deeds before him still. When the town was taken, two of his archers bore him to a house whose size and show of importance attracted them as a fair harbour for their lord. It was the residence of a rich citizen, who had fled for safety to a monastery, leaving his wife to God's care in the house, and two fair daughters to such security as they could gain from the hay in a granary, under which they were hidden. At the loud summons of the archers, the lady tremblingly opened the door, and was surprised and relieved when she saw that it was a wounded knight who craved admittance. Sadly hurt as Bayard was, his instinct of kindness remained active. He bade the archers to close the door and remain there on guard. "Take heed for your lives," he said, "that none enter here unless they be some of my own people. I am sure that when this is known to be my quarters, none will try to force a way in. If, by your aiding me, you miss a chance of gain in the sack of the town, let not that trouble you. You shall lose nothing by your service." The archers obeyed, and the wounded knight was borne to a rich chamber, the lady herself showing the way. When he had been laid in bed, she threw herself on her knees before him, and pleadingly said, "Noble sir, I present you this house and all that is therein, all of which, in truth, I well know to be yours by right of war. But I earnestly pray that it be your pleasure to spare me and my two young daughters our lives and honour." "Madam," answered the knight, with grave courtesy, "I know not if I can escape from my wound, but so long as I live, trust me that no harm shall come to you and your daughters, any more than to myself. Only keep them in their chambers, let them not be seen, and I assure you that no man in the house will take upon himself to enter any place against your will." These words the lady heard with joy, and on Bayard's request that he should have a good surgeon without delay, she and one of the archers set out in quest of the best that could be found. Fortunately it proved that the knight's wound, though deep, was not mortal. At the second dressing, Master Claude, the surgeon of Gaston de Foix, took him in hand, and afterwards attended him assiduously until his wound was healed, a process which took about a month. After the first dressing of the wound, Bayard asked his hostess, in kindly tones, where her husband was. "I know not, my lord, if he be dead or alive," she answered, bursting into tears. "If he be living, I am sure he has taken refuge in a monastery where he is well known." "Let him return home," answered Bayard. "I shall send those after him, who will see that he has no harm." The lady, elate with hope, sent to inquire, and found that her husband was really where she had supposed. Bayard's steward and the two archers were sent for him, and conducted him safely through the turmoil of the streets, where war's ravage, in its worst form, was still afoot. On his arrival, the knight received him with a courteous welcome, and bade him not to be alarmed, as only friends were quartered upon him, and he should suffer no loss in person or estate. For a month the wounded knight lay on his couch, where, though he was made as comfortable as possible by the assiduous ministrations of his grateful host and hostess, he suffered much from his hurt. At the end of that time he was able to rise and walk across the chamber, though still very weak. But news came that a great battle between the French and the Spaniards was likely soon to be fought, and the brave Bayard burned with warlike desire to take part in the conflict. "My dear friend," he said to the surgeon, "tell me if there is any danger in setting me on the march. It seems to me that I am well, or nearly so, and in my judgment to stay here longer will do me more harm than good, for I fret sorely to be thus tied." "Your wound is not yet closed," said the surgeon, "though it is quite healed inside. After another dressing you may be able to ride, provided that your barber attends to dressing it with ointment and a little lint every day. The worst of the wound is now on the surface, and as it will not touch your saddle, you will run no risk in riding." Bayard heard these words with gladness, and at once gave orders to his people to prepare for the road, as he would set out for the army in 2 days. Meanwhile his host and hostess and their children were far from well at ease. Until now their guest had protected and spared them, but they knew too well the habits of soldiers to imagine that he intended to do this without being abundantly paid for the service. They held themselves as his prisoners, and feared that he might yet force them to ransom themselves with the utmost sum their estate would afford, perhaps 10,000 or 12,000 crowns. Yet he had been so gentle and kindly that the good lady entertained hopes that he might prove generous, if softened by a suitable present. Therefore, on the morning of the day which he had fixed for his departure, she appeared in his chamber, followed by a servant who carried a small steel box. Bayard had been walking up and down the room to try his leg, and had now thrown himself into a chair to rest. The lady fell upon her knees before him, but before he would permit her to speak, he insisted that she should rise and be seated. "My lord," she began, "I can never be thankful enough for the grace which God did me, at the taking of this town, in directing you to this our house. We owe to you our lives and all that we hold dear. Moreover, from the time that you arrived here, neither I nor the least of my people have endured a single insult, but all has been goodwill and courtesy. Nor have your folks taken a farthing's worth of our goods without paying for them. I am aware that my husband, myself, my children, and all my household are your prisoners, to be dealt with according to your good pleasure, in person and goods. But knowing the nobleness of your heart, I am come to entreat you humbly to have pity on us, and extend to us your wonted generosity. Here is a little present we make you, and we pray that you may be pleased to take it in good part." She opened the box which the servant held, and Bayard saw that it was filled with golden coins. The free-hearted knight, who had never in his life troubled himself about money, burst out laughing, and said, "Madam, how many ducats are there in this box?" His action, so different from what she expected, frightened the poor woman. Thinking it to indicate that the sum was below his expectations, she said hurriedly, "My lord, there are but 2,500 ducats, but if you are not content, we will find a larger sum." "By my faith, madam," he warmly replied, "though you should give 100,000 crowns, you would not do as well towards me as you have done by the good cheer I have had here, and the kind attendance you have given me. In whatsoever place I may happen to be, you will have, so long as God shall grant me life, a gentleman at your bidding. As for the ducats, I will have none of them, and yet I thank you. Take them back. All my life I have always loved people much more than crowns. And take my word for it that I go away as well pleased with you as if this town were at your disposal and you had given it to me." The good lady listened to him with a deep astonishment. Never had she dreamed of such a marvel as this, a soldier who did not crave money. She was really distressed by his decision. "My lord," she said, "I shall feel myself the most wretched creature in the world if you will not take this small present, which is nothing in comparison with your past courtesy and present kindness." Seeing how firm she was in her purpose, he said with a gentle smile, "Well, then, I will take it for love of you. But go and fetch me your 2 daughters, for I would fain bid them farewell." Much pleased with his acceptance, the lady left the room in search of her daughters, whom the knight knew well, for they had solaced many of the weary hours of his illness with pleasant chat and music from their voices and from the lute and spinet, on which they played agreeably. While awaiting them, he bade the servant to empty the box and count the ducats into 3 lots, 2 of 1,000 each, and 1 of 500. When the young ladies entered, they would have fallen on their knees as their mother had done before them, but Bayard would not consent that they should remain in this humble attitude. "My lord," said the elder, "these 2 poor girls, who owe so much to your kindness, are come to take leave of you, and humbly to thank your lordship for your goodness, for which they can make no return, other than to pray that God may hold you in his good care." "Dear damsels," answered Bayard, much affected, "you have done what I ought to do, that is, to thank you for your good company, for which I am much beholden. You know that fighting men are not likely to be laden with pretty things to present to ladies. I am sorry not to be better provided. But here are some ducats, brought me by your lady mother. Of these I give to each of you 1,000 towards your marriage, and for my recompense you shall, if it please you, pray God for me, as you have offered." He swept the ducats from the table into their aprons, forcing them to accept them, whether they would or not. Then, turning to his hostess, he said, "Madam, I will take these 500 ducats that remain for my own profit, to distribute among the poor sisterhoods of this town which have been plundered, and to you I commit the charge of them, since you, better than any other, will understand where they are most needed, and with this mission I take my leave of you." And he bade them adieu by touching their hands after the Italian fashion, and they fell upon their knees, weeping so bitterly that it seemed as if they were to be led out to their deaths. The dinner hour came and passed. When it was over, the knight quickly left the table and called for his horses, being eager to be gone for fear the two armies might come to battle in his absence. As he left his chamber to seek his horse, the two fair daughters of the house came down to bid him a final farewell, and to make him presents which they had worked for him during his illness. One gave him a pair of pretty and delicate bracelets made of gold and silver thread, worked with marvellous neatness. The other presented him a handsome purse of crimson satin, very cleverly ornamented with the needle. The knight received these graceful gifts with warm thanks, saying that presents which came from hands so fair were more to him than 100-fold their value in gold. To do them the more honour, he put the bracelets on his wrists and the purse in his sleeve, and assured them that as long as they lasted he would wear them for love of the givers. Then, mounting, the good knight rode away, leaving more tears of joy and heartfelt gratitude behind him than can be said of few soldiers since the world began. It was not for fame he had wrought, or of fame he had thought, but he won high fame by his generous behaviour, for his treatment of his Brescian hosts is still quoted as the rarest deed in his chaplet of good actions. The two archers who had stayed with Bayard failed not to receive the promised reward. Gaston de Foix, the Duke of Nemours, sent the knight a number of presents, among them 500 crowns, and these he divided between the archers, whom he had debarred from their share of the spoil. It will suffice to say, in conclusion, that he reached the army in time to take part in the battle that followed, and to add therein to his fame as a good knight without fear. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Historical Tales, Volume 6, French. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Historical Tales, Volume 6, French, by Charles Morris. Chapter 16. Episodes in the Life of a Traitor. At the early hour of 1 o'clock in the morning of September 8th, 1523, a train of men-at-arms and servants, headed by a tall, stern-faced, soldierly-looking man, rode from the gates of the strong castle of Chantelle, and headed southward in the direction of Spain. The leader was dressed in armour, and carried sword by side and battle-axe at saddle-bow. Of his followers, some 15 of them were attired in a peculiar manner, wearing thick jackets of woollen cloth that seemed as stiff as iron mail, and jingled metallically as they rode. Mail they were, capable of turning arrow or spear thrust, but mail of gold, not of iron, for in those jackets were sewed up 30,000 crowns of gold, and their wearers served as the ambulatory treasure of the proud soldier at their head. This man was no less a personage than Charles, Duke of Bourbon, Constable of France, the highest personage in the kingdom next to the monarch himself, but now in flight from that monarch and from the soldiers who were marching to environ Chantelle and carry him as a prisoner to the king. There had been bad blood between Bourbon and Francis I, pride and haughtiness on the one side, injustice and indecision on the other, wrong to the subject, defiance to the king, and now the short-tempered noble and the great soldier had made a moonlight flitting, bent on cutting loose from his allegiance to France, and on lending the aid of his sword and military skill to her hereditary foes. For a month Bourbon and his followers wandered around the provinces of southern France. Incessantly he changed his road, his costume, his companions, his resting place, occasionally falling in with soldiers of the king who were on their way to take part in the wars in Italy, seeking in vain for adherents to his cause, and feeling his way by correspondence to an understanding with the enemies of France. In early October he entered the domains of the Emperor Charles V, and definitely cut loose from his allegiance to the king. The news of this defection filled Francis with alarm. He had by his injustice driven his greatest soldier from the realm, and now sought to undo the perilous work he had done. He put off his journey to join the army marching to Italy, and sent a messenger to the redoubtable fugitive, offering restitution of his property, satisfaction in full of his claims, and security for good treatment and punctual payment. Bourbon curtly refused. "It is too late," he said. "Then," said the envoy, "I am bidden by the king to ask you to deliver up the sword of Constable and the collar of the Order of St. Michael." "You may tell the king," answered Bourbon shortly, "that he took from me the sword of Constable on the day that he took from me the command of the advanced guard, to give it to Monsieur d'Alençon. As for the collar of his order, you will find it at Chantelle under the pillow of my bed." Francis made further efforts to win back the powerful noble whom he had so deeply offended, but equally in vain. Bourbon had definitely cut loose from his native land, and was bent on joining hands with its mortal foes. Francis had offended him too deeply to be so readily forgiven as he hoped. It is not the story of the life of this notable traitor that we propose to tell, but simply to depict some picturesque scenes in his career. Charles V. gladly welcomed him, and made him his lieutenant general in Italy, so that he became leader against the French in their invasion of that land. We next find him during the siege of Milan by the army of Francis I., one of whose leaders was Chevalier Bayard, the good knight, who was the subject of our last story. The siege was destined to prove a fatal affair for this noble warrior. The French found themselves so hard pressed by the imperial army, under the Constable de Bourbon, that they fell back to await reinforcements. Near Romagnano, on the banks of the Sesia, they were thrown into disorder while seeking to pass the stream, and Bonnevet, their leader, was severely wounded. The Count de St. Pol and Chevalier Bayard took command. Bayard, always first in advance and last in retreat, charged the enemy at the head of a body of men-at-arms. It proved for him a fatal charge. A shot from an arquebuse gave him a mortal wound. "Jesus, my God!" he cried, "I am dead!" He took his sword by the handle, kissed its cross-hilt as an act of devotion, and repeated the Miserere, "Have pity on me, O God, according to thy great mercy." In a moment more he grew deathly pale, and grasped the pommel of the saddle to keep him from falling, remaining thus until one of his followers helped him to dismount, and placed him at the foot of a tree. The French were repulsed, leaving the wounded knight within the lines of the enemy. Word of Bayard's plight was quickly brought to Bourbon, who came up with a face filled with sympathetic feeling. "Bayard, my good friend, I am sore distressed at your mishap," he said. "There is nothing for it but patience. Give not way to melancholy. I will send in quest of the best surgeons in this country, and by God's help you will soon be healed." Bayard looked up at him with dying eyes, full of pity and reproach. "My lord, I thank you," he said, "but pity is not for me, who die like a true man serving my king. Pity is for you, who bear arms against your prince, your country, and your oath." Bourbon made no answer. He turned and withdrew, doubtless stung to the soul by the reproachful words of the noblest and honestest man of that age. His own conscience must have added a double sting to Bayard's words. Such is the bitterest reward of treason, it dares not look integrity in the face. Bayard lived for 2 or 3 hours afterwards, surrounded by his friends, who would not leave him, though he bade them do so, to escape falling into the enemy's hands. They had nothing to fear. Both armies mourned the loss of the good knight with equal grief. 5 days after his death, on May 5, 1524, Beaurain wrote to Charles V., "Sir, albeit Sir Bayard was your enemy's servant, yet was it pity of his death, for he was a gentle knight, well beloved of every one, and one that lived as good a life as ever any man of his condition. And in truth he fully showed it by his end, for it was the most beautiful that I ever heard tell of." So passed away a man who lived fully up to the principles of chivalry, and whose honesty, modesty, sympathy, and valor had given him undying fame. His name survives as an example of what chivalry might have been, had man been as Christian in nature as in name, but of what it rarely was, except in theory. The next picture we shall draw belongs to the date of February 24th, 1525. Francis I. had for months been besieging Pavia. Bourbon came to its relief. A battle followed, which at first seemed to favor the French, but which Bourbon's skill soon turned in favor of the Imperialists. Seeing his ranks breaking on all sides, Francis, inspired by fury and despair, desperately charged the enemy with such knights and men-at-arms as he could get to follow him. The conflict was fierce and fatal. Around the king fell his ablest warriors, Marshal de Foix, Francis of Lorraine, Bussy d'Amboise, La Tremoille, and many others. At sight of this terrible slaughter, Admiral Bonnevet, under the king the leader of the French host, exclaimed in accents of despair, "I can never survive this fearful havoc." Raising the visor of his helmet, he rushed desperately forward, where a tempest of balls was sweeping the field, and in a moment fell beside his slain comrades. Francis fought on amid the heaps of dead and dying, his soul filled with the battle rage, his heart burning with fury and desperation. He was wounded in face, arms, and legs, yet still his heavy sword swept right and left, still men fell before his vigorous blows. His horse, mortally wounded, sank under him, dragging him down. In an instant he was up again, laying about him shrewdly. 2 Spaniards who pressed him closely fell before the sweep of that great blade. Alone among his foes he fought on, a crowd of hostile soldiers around him. Who he was they knew not, but his size, strength, and courage, the golden lilies which studded his coat of mail, the plume of costly feathers which waved from his helmet, told them that this must be one of the greatest men in the French array. Despite the strength and intrepid valor of the king, his danger was increasing minute by minute, when the Lord of Pontpeyran, one of Bourbon's intimate friends, pressed up through the mass and recognized the warrior who stood like a wounded lion at bay amid a pack of wolves. "Back, back!" he cried, springing forward and beating off the soldiers with his sword. "Leave this man to me." Pressing to the king's side, he still beat back his foes, saying to him, "Yield, my liege, you stand alone. If you fight longer, I cannot answer for your life. Look, there is no hope for you. The Duke of Bourbon is not far off. Let me send for him to receive your sword." The visor of the king hid the look with which he must have received these words. But from the helmet's iron depths came in hollow tones the reply of Francis of France to this appeal. "No," he cried sternly. "Rather would I die the death than pledge my faith to Bourbon the traitor. Where is the Viceroy of Naples?" Lannoy, the Viceroy, was in a distant part of the field. Some time was lost in finding and bringing him to the spot. At length he arrived, and fell upon one knee before Francis, who presented him his sword. Lannoy took it with a show of the profoundest respect, and immediately gave him another in its place. The battle was over, and the King of France was a prisoner in the hands of his rebellious subject, the Duke of Bourbon. The wheel of fate had strangely turned. The captive king had shown himself a poor general, but an heroic soldier. His victors viewed him with admiration for his prowess. When he sat at table, after having his wounds, which were slight, dressed, Bourbon approached him respectfully and handed him a dinner napkin. Francis took it, but with the most distant and curt politeness. The next day an interview took place between Bourbon and the king, and in reference to the position of the latter as captive. In this Francis displayed the same frigidity of manner as before, while he was all cordiality with Pescara, Bourbon's fellow in command. The 2 leaders claimed Francis as their own captive, but Lannoy, to whom he had surrendered, had him embarked for Naples, and instead of taking him there, sent him directly to Spain, where he was delivered up to Charles V. Thus ended this episode in the life of the Constable de Bourbon. We have still another and the closing scene to present in the life of this great soldier and traitor. It is of no less interest than those that had gone before. Historically, it is of far deeper interest, for it was attended with the destruction of inestimable material that has rarely been excelled. The world is the poorer that Bourbon lived. In Spain he had been treated with consideration by the Emperor, but with disdain by many of the lords, who despised him as a traitor. Charles V. asked the Marquis de Villena to give quarters in his palace to the Duke. "I can refuse the Emperor nothing," he replied, "but as soon as the traitor is out of my house, I shall set it on fire with my own hand. No man of honor could live in it again." Despite this feeling, the military record of Bourbon could not be set aside. He was the greatest general of his time, and recognizing this, Charles again placed him in command of his armies in Italy. On going there, Bourbon found that there was nothing that could be called an army. Everything was in disorder, and the imperial cause almost at an end. In this state of affairs, Bourbon became filled with hopes of great conquests and high fame for himself. Filled with the spirit of adventure, and finding the Spanish army devoted to him, he added to it some 15,000 of German Landsknechts, most of them Lutherans. Addressing this greedy horde of soldiers of fortune, he told them that he was now but a poor gentleman like themselves, and promised that if they would follow him, he would make them rich or die in the attempt. Finishing his remarks, which were greeted with enthusiastic cheers, he distributed among them all his money and jewels, keeping little more than his clothes and armor for himself. "We will follow you everywhere, to the devil himself," shouted the wild horde of adventurers. "No more of Julius Caesar, Hannibal, and Scipio. Hurrah for the fame of Bourbon!" Putting himself at the head of this tumultuous array, the Duke led them southward through Italy, halting before Bologna, Florence, and other towns, with a half-formed purpose to besiege them, but in the end pushing on without an assault until, on the 5th of May, 1527, his horde of land pirates came in sight of Rome itself. The imperial city, after being sacked by the Goths, Vandals, and other barbarians, had remained without serious damage for 1,000 years. But now another army was encamped under its walls, and one equally bent on havoc and ruin with those of the past. "Now is the time to show courage, manliness, and the strength of your bodies," said Bourbon to his followers. "If in this bout you are victorious, you will be rich lords and well off for the rest of your lives. Yonder is the city whereof in times past a wise astrologer prophesied concerning me, telling me that I should die there. But I swear to you that I care little for dying there, if, when I die, my corpse be left with endless glory and renown throughout the world." He then bade them to retire for the night, ordering them to be ready betimes in the morning for the assault, which would take place at an early hour on that day. Hardly, indeed, had the stars faded before the sunrise of May 6th, when the soldiers were afoot and making ready for the assault. Bourbon placed himself at their head, clad all in white that he might be better seen and known. To the walls they advanced, bearing scaling ladders, which they hastened to place. On the first raised of these Bourbon set foot, with the soldier's desire to be the earliest in the assault. But hardly had he taken 2 steps up the ladder than his grasp loosened, and he fell backward, with blood gushing from his side. He had been hit with an arquebuse shot in the left side, and mortally wounded. He had but voice enough left to bid those near him to cover his body with a cloak and take it away, that his followers might not know of his death. Those were the last words recorded of the Duke of Bourbon. He died as he had lived, a valiant soldier and a born adventurer, hurling havoc with his last words on the great city of the Church, for his followers, not knowing of his death, attacked so furiously that the walls were soon carried and the town theirs. Then, as news came to them that their leader had fallen, they burst into the fury of slaughter, shouting, "Slay! Slay! Blood! Blood! Bourbon! Bourbon!" and cutting down remorselessly all whom they met. The celebrated artist, Benvenuto Cellini, tells us in his autobiography that it was he who shot Bourbon, aiming his arquebuse from the wall of the Campo Santo, at one of the besiegers who was mounted higher than the rest, and who, as he afterwards learned, was the leader of the assailing army. Whoever it was that fired the fatal shot, the slain man was frightfully avenged, Rome being plundered, ravaged, and devastated by his brutal followers to a degree not surpassed by the work of the Vandals of old. For several months the famous city remained in the hands of this licentious soldiery, and its inhabitants were subjected to every outrage and barbarity which brutal desire and ungoverned license could incite, while in none of its former periods of ravage were so many of the precious relics of antiquity destroyed as in this period of occupation by men who called themselves the soldiers of civilized and Christian lands. Chapter 17